Port Police on how technology is being used to protect the port. September is National Preparedness Month. This is the 7th annual observance, which began after the terrorist attacks in 2001. And during this month-long awareness campaign, LA emergency officials are asking you, when a disaster strikes, who will you help? For every resident who is prepared, there are many who are not. And after a disaster happens, it's too late. So during September's National Emergency Preparedness Month, the Los Angeles City Emergency Management Department is asking Angelenos this important question.
Our sloganing here in Los Angeles is, who will you help? When it happens, it's too late. And that's to get all persons involved, whether the person you help in your house is a child, a senior, or a person with access or functional needs, or is your neighbor, or the person across the street, or in the block next to you. Each one help one is very important in the emergency messaging that we put out these days.
Throughout the month, the Emergency Management Department is offering tips on how to get prepared. In addition to making sure you check on family and friends and that someone checks on you during an emergency, you should also find all your utility shutoffs for your home and learn how to shut them off if necessary. Designate an out-of-state friend or relative to be your family contact and make sure every family member knows the phone number and checks in after a disaster. During an emergency, intrastate phone lines are often overloaded, and it's actually easier to call out-of-state numbers. Also, make an emergency kit by assembling things like batteries, flashlight, radio, canned goods, can opener, and water all in one place. And if you are on the beach and you feel the earth shake, immediately head for higher ground. Earthquakes can cause tsunamis. If you'd like more tips, the Emergency Management Department is posting preparedness tips throughout the month of September on its Facebook and Twitter sites, and a preparedness tip will be recorded on the information helpline at 1-800-439-2909. For more emergency preparedness info, you can also go to the city's official Readiness, Response, and Recovery website at readyla.org. Car thefts are up in the Valley, prompting police to urge you to do your part to decrease your chances of becoming victimized. And as Gil Reyes reports, 3 Valley police officers are also being singled out for doing their part to crack down on this disturbing trend.
Car thieves beware. These officers are on the job and they're out to stop an alarming trend.
People wake up in the morning, they come out and their car's gone. It's pretty frustrating when you're trying to go to work and your car's been stolen. So the efforts of these officers in arresting car thieves is really critical.
Officers Brian Harris, Hector Nunez, and James Woods receiving the 10-851 VC Award. It's for officers who've arrested at least 6 car theft suspects in a single year. A tough year so far in the Valley. Thieves have stolen or broken into more than 10,000 cars. Over 3,300 of those cars reported stolen, 340 of them from the Canoga Park area.
As we interact with the community and we do our best to lower crime, it's a challenging task.
But car owners can help by keeping valuables inside hidden from plain sight, and of course locking their doors. Nunez's 9 arrests, Harris's 8 arrests, and Woods' 7 arrests, all within a year, earned praise from other law enforcement agencies.
That's really significant. It showed they did a really good job of writing the report, a real good job investigating the crime, that the DA has filed, and I think most of them are already convicted, if not awaiting trial already. And that's a good, amazing fact. I wish I had that rate among my officers, so you should be proud of that.
Not only do you get a car theft suspect off the street, you get the other criminals as well, because they're usually involved in other criminal activity. Narcotics, stolen properties.
The award is given by the California Highway Patrol and AAA. In Canoga Park, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
All 3 officers work from the LAPD's Topanga station in Canoga Park, which opened its doors in January 2009. City leaders want to give local businesses a leg up on the competition in the highly competitive race for lucrative government contracts. The proposed local preference ordinance could mean that more jobs and tax dollars stay in LA. Anna Marcos reports.
Angelino's on the job. It's a welcome sight to both city leaders and LA's local businesses. The city is pushing a new proposed ordinance that would put LA small business owners up front and center in bidding for LA's government contracts. The city of LA normally awards a contract to the lowest bidder, but the local preference ordinance would give local contractors an 8% break on bids and proposals.
In a low bid contract scenario, if a business submitted a bid of $1 million, after the 8% rule was applied from the local preference ordinance, the company's bid would actually be valued at $920,000. So basically, the 8% bump could be the deciding factor if they're awarded a government contract or not.
About 84% of LA's government contracts go to businesses outside the city or even the state, which means out of $1 billion in contracts, only about $180 million stay right here with local businesses like this one.
Nearly $1 billion of this city's taxpayers' money should not be going to create jobs in Illinois, in Texas, in Florida, and New Mexico. It should be going to create jobs and stimulate small businesses right here at home in Los Angeles.
This is an example of a cover that we supply to Weather and Power Department.
The proposal is good news for Paul Bogosian. His North Hollywood Armor Cast Products company makes casings and covers for utilities and city governments.
It's important because then we can grow our business, we can employ more people, and of course we have more business locally instead of us going to outside of a state.
We're looking to make sure our budget is solvent, but we're also looking to see if we can bring in more revenue and make it more business friendly.
The ordinance will still have to go up before the city council. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
Many other big cities already have their own local preference ordinance in place to help their own local businesses. This next story is a lesson on history and how what we learn in history books isn't always the full picture. Most everyone who knows something about the labor movement knows the name Cesar Chavez, but a new documentary tells us what many of us don't know. Larry Itliong, a name familiar to few outside the Filipino community. Itliong, a Filipino-American grape farmer, was among those who led the Delano grape strike on September 8, 1965, demanding minimum wage and safer working conditions for grape farmers in Delano, California. The strike lasted 5 years. The efforts of the strikers, along with the collaboration of labor leader Cesar Chavez, eventually led to the creation of the United Farm Workers of America.
All of us obviously know that Cesar Chavez led that strike, but what you don't know is that that strike was initiated by Filipino Americans working in the fields of Delano. 1,500 Filipino workers walked out 45 years ago today.
Our community loves Cesar. We love Cesar Chavez. He deserves a place of honor in our history, but all that we ask is that we remember our forgotten heroes, those labor leaders such as Larry Itliong, who became assistant director to the UFW, to Cesar Chavez, who was the director.
The life and legacy of Larry Itliong can be seen in the upcoming documentary, The Delano Manongs, Forgotten Heroes of the UFW.
My father, to me, was a great man, a great leader, and a great organizer. It's been done an injustice to him to not be recognized as some of our other great leaders, such as Cesar.
To commemorate the 45th anniversary of the original strike led by the 1,500 Filipino-American farm workers, LA City leaders declared September 8, 2010 as the Delano Manongs Day in the city of Los Angeles.
I understand Manongs is essentially, it's an honor, sort of like Don in the Spanish language, Don Juan or something like that. It's an honor to be named or to be called Manong.
You know, the significance of the day, it's not just a day about Filipinos. It's a day that reveals really an uncovered chapter in American history.
He served this country and loved this country. I definitely would love my children to see this and read it and understand it.
A lost chapter in American history whose pages are finally being dusted off. Again, the footage you saw in our story was courtesy of the documentary The Delano Menongs, Forgotten Heroes of the UFW, a film by Emmy Award-winning filmmaker Marissa Aroy. You can see the trailer at Vimeo.com by typing in The Delano Menongs in the search field. A controversial mural undergoes restoration. The Make-A-Wish Foundation grants its 7,000th wish and baby Komodo dragons. These stories and more in City Beat. The City of Los Angeles and the Getty have joined forces to conserve a mural at the El Pueblo de Los Angeles Historical Monument. America Tropical is the only surviving public mural by David Alfaro Siqueiros in the United States. Siqueiros painted America Tropical in 1932 on the second-story exterior wall of the Italian Hall.
For us, the City of Los Angeles, that was once known as a mural capital of the world, it's so important for us to continue to preserve our public art.
The controversial mural, critical of American imperialism, was completely covered over within a decade of its unveiling.
What America Tropical had when Siqueiros unveiled it to the world in the 1930s was a Native American Indian crucified on a cross.
Now construction has begun on the shelter, viewing platform, and interpretive center that will surround the mural. The City of Los Angeles is contributing $5 million and the Getty $4 million for the project, which is expected to be open in March of 2012. The Make-A-Wish Foundation of Greater Los Angeles has granted its 7,000th wish come true since being founded in April of 1983. The organization makes wishes a reality for children battling life-threatening diseases.
And in doing so, the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Greater LA has provided magnificent experiences and joyful, cherished memories for these young people, for their loving families.
Even though I'd never met any of them before, they really treated me like they knew what I'd been through, and they knew how it felt.
Claire, who was the recipient of Make-A-Wish's 7,000th wish, got her room redecorated by a professional interior decorator. TOS, a family-owned and operated business, was recently honored in City Council for the economic boost it gives to the local economy. TOS was founded in 1920 in Spain and has since then been creating unique designs in jewels, accessories, perfumes, textiles, leather goods, and more. TOS is located at the Beverly Center in Sherman Oaks and Canoga Parks. Councilmember Jose Huizar called the company, which has over 400 shops worldwide, a local and international success story. The first of 22 Komodo dragon eggs hatched at the Los Angeles Zoo in August, and over the course of the next 11 days, the remaining 21 Komodos also hatched. Lima, the zoo's female Komodo dragon, laid 23 eggs back in January of this year. One of the eggs never hatched. Less than 10 zoos in North America have been able to breed Komodos. This marks the LA Zoo's first success at breeding them. Native to Indonesia, Komodos, the world's largest lizard, can grow to approximately 9 feet, weighing up to 200 pounds or more. Kids are back at school now, but before summer break came to an end, there was camp. Gil Reyes tells us about Camp Wesson, where some kids from the inner city experienced summer camp for the very first time.
I'm going to change your name to Spider-Man.
Councilman Herb Wesson showing support.
Come on, Spidey.
For a group of young campers.
He got it.
Learning to believe in themselves.
We're learning not to quit. You're looking good.
Today, they conquer a wall. Tomorrow, the sky's the limit.
And that's what we want to instill in these guys, that nothing is so far out of their reach, that they can do anything and become anybody.
Welcome to Camp Wesson, set up by Councilman Herb Wesson and friends in Camp Hollywoodland in Griffith Park. It's a gang intervention initiative for over 100 at-risk young people from South LA and the Mid-City area. City-funded programs like Project SAVE make it possible.
We've been doing a lot of things that I never did in my life, like rock climbing, archery. We went going on hikes late at night and seeing different kind of animals, and sleeping in dorms. That was my first time sleeping in a cabin. So it's been real cool.
There are also arts and crafts, dance classes, and other activities stressing patience, discipline, and teamwork.
There you go. You can help like that. You got to help you. The whole thing is to help them out.
I've been having fun helping the kids. I love them. I want all of them to grow up to be a better man than I am. And so when I get old, I expect these guys to come visit me when I'm in the rest home.
Camp Weston is 3 days and 2 nights of outdoor fun, and after the campers have packed up and left, organizers will be planning an outdoor holiday type of event. We'll have more information on that in the weeks and months to come. At Camp Weston in Griffith Park, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
Donors, community volunteers, and the Department of Recreation and Parks made it possible for Camp Weston to hold the camp for its 4th straight summer season. But the end of summer doesn't mean the fun has to stop. Here's a look at this week's list of things to do. Deaf Awareness Month will be celebrated at the 7th Annual Deaf Festival Los Angeles on Saturday, September 25th from noon to 6 p.m. at Woodley Park, located at 6350 Woodley Avenue in Van Nuys. The free event is designed for anyone with a hearing impairment and will include talent and fashion shows, dance presentations, activities for kids and teens, information booths, and free food while supplies last. The event is sponsored by the City Department of Recreation and Parks, the Department on Disability, Cultural Affairs, and several council offices. For more information, go to deaffestivalLA.org. Event organizers are also looking for volunteers. Signing is not mandatory. Park Ranger Ernie Ibarra will be leading the first hike of the fall season on Friday, September 24th, to the 1,625-foot Mount Hollywood summit. The hike will go through the Berlin Forest and along the Charlie Turner Trail. You'll want to meet at the Griffith Observatory parking lot at 2800 East Observatory Road. Those planning to participate should dress accordingly and bring plenty of drinking water and snacks. The 3-mile beginner level hike will take place after work from 6:30 to 8 p.m. For more information, you can call Ranger Ibarra at 323-644-6661, extension 1549. Who doesn't love the sound of music? I know I do. Well, here's your chance to dress up in costumes inspired by the movie and sing along to your favorite Sound of Music tunes at Hollywood Bowl's annual Sound of Music Sing-Along event on Saturday, September 25th. The pre-show, which includes a costume contest, starts at 6 p.m., while the film starts at 7:30 p.m. The Hollywood Bowl is located at 2301 North Highland Avenue in Hollywood. For ticket information, go to HollywoodBowl.com. And that's a look at some upcoming things to do. Visiting notable sites in the Los Angeles area may require money and a car, but one park ranger is giving locals and visitors alike a tour of historical sites for free and on foot. Janet Avalar has more.
These early risers are ready for a tour around Griffith Park, but it's not like any other tour. These folks are taking part in a free hiking excursion led by one park ranger.
Today I showed up for the hike because we like hiking with Ranger Ernie. It's always informative, and we always explore new trails here in Griffith Park.
This hike was one of 2 free Saturday morning hikes offered by the Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks. Park Ranger Ernie Ibarra leads the group and says his excursions not only show people the trails, but other park attractions as well.
Lately I've been thinking about different ways to improve the hikes and also to educate the people also about the things that are here, the attractions that are here in the park. So I figured I'll take them up to the Greek Theater. I know I have never taken them there.
Ibarra leads free nature hikes and walks at all skill levels. And frequent hikers say they enjoy the different trails he introduces them.
Actually, this will be our, I think, first trail to the Greek Theater, so I'm really excited and actually learn more about the Greek Theater because I haven't been there. I've not seen any show from that theater.
These hikers not only get a workout, but a taste of all that Griffith Park has to offer. For LA This Week, I'm Janet Avalar.
For more information about any hikes or nature walks led by Park Ranger Ibarra, call 323-644-6661, extension 1549, or visit www.laparks.org. That's going to do it for this edition. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. We'll see you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
My name's Louie and I'm at Pan Pacific Park, and you're watching LA City View 35. It's our city, it's our channel.
Hello, I'm Paul Peterson. Hey, is it time to throw out that mini skirt and donate those jeans to Goodwill? Some fashion experts think that there is no reason to look old when it comes to dressing. Please stay tuned for Aging in LA. The rules of fashion are constantly changing and becoming increasingly difficult as we age. Or are they? Today's guest pioneered the concept of the designer resale store 35 years ago when she opened her first resale boutique in Los Angeles. After the overwhelming success of her first venture, she opened a boutique on Wilshire Boulevard in Santa Monica in 1986. And we will visit there later in the program and watch a senior citizen undergo a fashion makeover. She came of age during the fabulous 40s, the golden age of Hollywood glamour, when every woman aspired to look and dress like a movie star. Please welcome our guest, a specialist in contemporary couture clothing, Maureen Klavan, proprietress of the Address Boutique. Maureen, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
I love this term, proprietress.
Yes,
that's lovely. But we can say boss, too, huh?
Okay, yes,
How
definitely.
did you get such a notion that there would be both a market and a pool of people interested in the recycling, if you will, of designer clothing?
I guess I was ahead of the times, actually.
Also, you were green before it was cool.
Yes, and when I first started, which was in 1963, when I had my first store, I had access, we belonged to a club, and I had access to a lot of women who could only, even then, wear their clothes maybe once. And so I just thought, gee, what a great idea to recycle things, and so that's when I opened my first little store. And then this store, which I've had since 1968, and actually it's been terrific. I had a second career. When I was 58, I started this store, and that was 22 years ago. So
I'm not doing the math.
Please don't.
Nonetheless, but how do you talk really some elegant women, accomplished women, into parting with some of their favorite things?
Well, first of all, it's very timely to do that now. They like to recycle the things. Second of all, these women can really only be seen in something once, if that. And third of all, they really like getting checks every month. I mean, it doesn't matter what your circumstances are. They love the fact that they can count on a nice check, and they're doing good. You know, they're enabling people to wear wonderful clothes.
Well, now I don't want to push people away here thinking we're talking $10,000 ball gowns. The truth is there can be some significant savings in your store.
Absolutely. We have things from $2 to, I guess you'd say maybe $2,000, but the 2000s are very rare. You know, nowadays, I just looked in a magazine actually, and the latest Chanel suit that I saw was about $10,000.
Wow.
Well, somebody could buy a Chanel jacket in my store for maybe $300 and a skirt for maybe $50. That's $350, and nobody ever knows that they bought it resale, and even if they know it, it's the smartest way to shop.
Well, it is, and we all need to be smart shoppers in these days. Now, our audience, of course, is more mature.
Yes.
And I think many of our women, older women, somehow think that maybe this is too girlish. Maybe why am I doing this? But making a good appearance is important for a person of any age.
Of any age, absolutely. And I have wonderful women that work for me, and so they make regular regulars of these customers, and they get personalized help. And really, you're as old as you feel or as young as you feel. And there's some women who come in at 40 who say, oh, I can't wear jeans, I'm too old. And there are other women who come in at 70 and say, I love those jeans, I want to get those. So it's all in your head, actually. you know.
I think you're absolutely right there. And what a shame, though, that we limit ourselves. Maybe it takes a person like you or a sympathetic staff to say, hey, why don't you try this?
Try it, it's fun, and you know, nowadays it's really the smart way to shop. And we have customers, when I first started, it was kind of a whisper thing. It was like nobody wanted to wear somebody else's clothes. Now it's a smart way to shop. And I have customers that the minute they come in town, they call me from the airport. How do I get to your store? I saw it on a show such as this. I want to come in and buy some clothes.
Well, and I think that's right. First of all, I happen to like shopping, but I'm sort of a Mr. Mom to boot. But the experience
is wonderful.
Well, it can be because you're kind of. I mean this in the nicest sense, old school. To take care of the customer and befriend them and become sensitive to what they want to be.
And the nice thing about shopping in a store like mine, really, and they're all over the world now, there are many stores, none quite like mine, however, but it's pretty much one of a kind. In other words, usually when you go into a regular store, quote unquote, there's racks and racks of the same thing.
The cookie cutter. Well, tell you what, why don't we get a chance to see your store?
Sure, I'd love that.
Maureen, if you would describe some of the fashions that are available at the Address Boutique. Okay, the monitor's right over here.
Okie dokie, let's do that.
Now, this is at 11th and Wilshire.
1116 Wilshire Boulevard in Santa Monica. Please don't go downtown, as some people do.
Look how stylish that is. Those are great chrome racks.
We have great chrome racks. We have fabulous gowns. We have everything from jeans to very dressy ball gowns, so that you could go to an Academy Award dinner or go to a picnic in your jeans. By the way, jeans now are really important, unlike the way they were when we were growing up. In fact, I shouldn't say we. I couldn't even remember if the kids wore jeans. I don't think we did then. But now, jeans are very expensive. I mean, it's nothing to spend $500 for a pair of jeans with holes in them, by the way.
Holes, no less.
The more holes, the more expensive, actually.
Oh, look at those shoes.
Yeah, those are fabulous, and those have antique buckles on them. We have lots of wonderful shoes, Jimmy Choo's, Manolas, Chanel, Prada, Gucci, in every size. Shoes for walking, shoes for dancing, and we have jewelry, we have handbags. As I say, we can take care of you for any occasion, and we do take care of you for every occasion. Beautiful jewelry, and my sales staff is exemplary. Chrissy's been with me for 12 years. She's from Brazil. Atsuka has been with me about 8 years. She's from Japan. Madeline's been with me. My manager's been with me for 22 years. And that's Chrissy right there, helping a customer. And it's a fun way to shop. It really is.
I'm amazed about this selection. Maureen, there's lots of things in the store.
There's lots of things in the store.
Now, did I notice that those price tags are handwritten?
Isn't that awful? I haven't computerized my store
I
yet.
don't mean it that way, but it means you have evaluated each item that comes in.
Absolutely. And yes, everything is evaluated that way.
Now, you got to share with me.
Yes.
Do you send some stuff back that someone, a lady of a certain station maybe is trying to foist off on you?
You have to kind of use a little bit of diplomacy, because some people could care less, and other people take it very personal when sometimes there's something I can't use because it has a little stain on it or a little spot on it. And, I have to, well, why aren't you taking this? What's wrong with it? Well, it's got a little something I don't think will come out. In fact, one very famous celebrity, I don't know, can we mention names on this?
Well,
better not.
It depends on whether or not I like them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. No, that one we'll leave aside.
We'll leave that aside.
She's tougher than I am.
But anyway, no, I went to her house house, and I said, but you know, I really can't use this. It's got a spot on it. And she said, darling, just tell them it's mine. But I'm not mentioning any names.
No names at all. No names at all. Well, what about a person, we might have someone out in our audience there who has had in the past a pretty expansive wardrobe, but there are nice gowns or jackets or suits that are kind of at the end of the closet and not being used anymore.
Right.
Can they call you and say, I have some things for you to see?
Absolutely. I'm very accessible. I kind of try to read them out on the telephone so as not to waste anyone's time. But I do go to people's homes by appointment, and I'm pretty fussy, but, you know, I have regular people that I get things from all the time. Some people are really good about it. They go through their closets every 2 months. Other people do it twice a year, something like that. But anyway, we do have fabulous clothes for everybody.
Well, this is the high end of the resale business. These are designer togs.
Yes, they are, but you get really, really good buys, and it spoils you. Once you start wearing these kind of clothes, you never want to shop any other way.
Right.
And as I say, we cater to people. We have school teachers, we have celebrities, we have business women that come in and shop at the store. And it's cute because even though people tell everyone now, well, sometimes people say, well, you know, my best friend asked me where I got these things, but I couldn't tell her because she's the same size as I am, and I want to have her fit. So, and I say, well, how do you expect me to stay in business if you don't tell people?
Right, exactly. Well, I mean, a person, given the selection that we saw, a person can really come in and put more than just one outfit together. It's not like just a single target.
No, absolutely. You could come in with a skirt and get a sweater, get a blouse, get a jacket, get shoes, get several different tops. In fact, we even encourage people, you know, maybe you have like a stray skirt at home and you never could find anything to wear with it. Bring in the skirt and we'll put something with it. It's a fun way to shop.
That's a great idea.
It is. It's a terrific way to shop.
And what about those people who want to, maybe they've come to that point where they say, I need to change my look. I've gotten sort of staid and maybe I'm inside, I don't feel good anymore.
We're very good at that. Honestly, it's like a before and after. You can come in and look one way, maybe frumpy, if I can say that word.
Sure. Dowdy, frumpy.
And go out looking like a movie star and feeling really good for very little money. I mean, it's a wonderful, wonderful way to shop.
And this extends now through accessories as well. I was amazed to see handbags and shoes. How do you get a person with a shoe, Jones, to give up their shoes?
You know, some people have so many shoes that they just, and sometimes they buy them because they look good and then they realize they can't wear them because they really bought them too small and they can't quite squeeze their foot into it. So that's good for us and bad for them. But anyway, shoes are one thing women have in common. They love shoes, I think, more than anything. They can never have too many shoes because usually if you gain weight or lose weight, your wardrobe changes, but your feet pretty much stay the same.
Let's hope.
Let's hope, yes.
Well, as a person who's gone up and down in weight, I know there were times, well, in fact, when I've lost so much weight in the recent past that some of my favorite stuff I had to give up because I was swimming in them.
I know.
Now, a lot of people have undergone dramatic body changes.
Yes. And if they call me, that's terrific because I'd be happy to come out and take a look at their clothes. Also, a lot of women, you know, it's nothing to fluctuate a couple of sizes.
Sure.
And men too, I'm sure, so that they might have things in their wardrobe that are size 6, 8, and 10, which is interesting in itself, you know. I try to carry a range of sizes. I go from 0 through like about size 18. And however, I have to admit that, you know, a great deal of my clothes are in the smaller sizes because people are so weight conscious in this city. So
boy, are they ever. We have definitely got a fitness culture.
It's too bad because you see these girls on the runway and you wonder how they can even walk. I mean, their legs are just spindly and it's not a good thing.
Well, Thomas Wolfe called them X-ray women.
I see, yes, okay.
It's like the confirmation on a very thin racehorse. But the economics of this intrigue me because it's easy to just throw money away, but to shop responsibly and to find a use for something that otherwise would go unused and maybe even tossed out, that's a smart thing to do in this green world of
Yes,
ours.
it is a very smart thing to do, and many smart women shop that way. They really do. And I sell many clothes. We just sold several things for the Emmys. The Oscars will be coming up soon. There's so many award shows in L.A., and we have fabulous gowns. I mean, absolutely incredible.
I bet you
and you
do.
don't have to spend $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 now to look gorgeous. You know, you really don't. And at any age, you can look glamorous, really.
Well, that appeals to me. I also like the notion of holding to standards, to the quality of the garments.
Yes.
There is a difference.
The way they're made, once you wear something that has been made by Armani or Gucci or Prada, I mean, you're paying for the name, but you're also paying for the way they're structured.
Right, exactly.
And they feel good. And I have people who come in and say, Maureen, you won't believe this. Remember the suit I got from you 20 years ago? Well, of course I don't remember, but...
Maureen, I got to ask you to hold the story.
Of course.
Okay, we have to take a short break.
Okay.
When we return, we'll continue our discussion of the ageless art of fashion with our special guest, Maureen Klavan.
You know, I am getting better. I can still take care of myself. You just don't know.
No. 3 times a day. These drops.
Now that Mom's moved in, life has become a bit more complicated for all of us. We knew there would be challenges, but overall, we're glad to be together.
I don't like to call him in the office when I have to go to the doctors or if I want to go out.
We're so thankful for the help we received.
You voted for it, we built it. The Department of Public Works Bureau of Engineering promised to improve, renovate, expand, or construct 32 libraries. On time and under budget, we delivered 36.
Welcome back to Aging in L.A. Our topic today is the ageless art of fashion. And our special guest is Maureen Klavan, an expert in couture clothing and owner of the Address Boutique in Santa Monica. Maureen, you were telling me about people who've come back to you since you've been in business for a while now, 20 years later, and say, do you remember that wonderful Armani suit I had?
That's right. And actually that happened just the other day. And she said, remember what I bought 20 years ago? And she said, actually, I wore it the other night. And she said, I got so many compliments.
Wow.
And so well, besides which 20 years now would make it pretty much vintage. And vintage is so in right now.
Yes.
Anything that, you know, is from 20 years ago or longer, people clamor for. And especially, you know, unfortunately, some of the designers are no longer with us, so that makes their things even more precious.
Yes,
you know?
I agree. Well, I know I was looking, just shortly, a while ago, I was looking at some of the pictures of, like, Jacqueline Kennedy.
Yes.
She would be stylish in any age.
Absolutely. Well, that look is definitely in the sleeveless little dress and the little simple jacket.
Yes.
And they, you know, every once in a while they recapture that look. And I have a lot of those little dresses. And the nice thing about those dresses, they're good for someone any age, and you can wear them any place.
Okay, now when you say any age, sometimes people of a certain age think, well, I've got to stay with the muted tones. I got to stay in the grays and the browns, but that's just not true anymore.
I don't think you can really have that kind of color. I mean, my favorite color is actually black, and black is always good, and the little black dress is never out of style. And Jackie Kennedy with her little black sleeveless and her little pillbox hats was a perfect fashion plate, you know.
And there's so much you can do with it, too. It's not to be forgotten that sometimes you have the basic garment, and then you can change its appearance entirely.
With earrings or pashmina or a little bolero jacket or many, many different things.
You know, we're talking about this, so here's, as a treat, it's time to watch Maureen in action as she advises a senior on how to perk up her wardrobe. So let's watch as Cinda Martin drops in for some wardrobe tips. Here comes Cinda.
And welcome. What can I help you with today?
I want something elegant.
Something elegant. Come on back and I'll help you. Cinda, you look so elegant.
Thank you.
I hope you love your outfit.
I love it.
We've put you in a St. John for evening knit jacket with a Stuart Weitzman lovely little bag. You have your Faith Porter earrings and jewelry, which are so special. We put this with a black jersey skirt and camisole. Now, you can do many changes with this outfit. This particular outfit that you have on is perfect for a graduation, going to a cocktail party, going to a Hollywood premiere, going to a wedding, going to a bar mitzvah. What else can we think of? A fashion luncheon, you would steal the show. So you look absolutely stunning.
Thank you, thank you.
And you know what? With this basic black that you have, I can show you something that actually, I think you said you were going to be going to work. And I can show you something that you can put with this that will take you to an office job, a career job, anything important like that. Okay?
Yes.
So let's go back and try it.
Okay.
Okay, good. Okay, Cinda, now what we have here, we have the same skirt and top, and we put you in this darling little Alberta Macaulay sweater top, which isn't quite as elegant, but is still lovely. So now you're dressed for, could be a corporate job. You could be the head person at a bank. You could be the principal of a school. You could be having your own store, whatever that might be. It's lovely for daytime, for morning meetings. And then we also put a different purse with this. This is a Ferragamo little bag, which is very lovely. And so we could go on and on and on, changing tops to put with this black two-piece outfit. And they all work. And you're a lovely model. Turn around for 1 second and let's show the back of this too. So you look just as good in the back as you do in the front, because people do see you both ways. Okay. That's terrific. I think we have one more fun outfit. Okay. We'll try it. Okay?
Thank you.
Good. So, Cinda, now we have you in an entirely different kind of outfit. A little green cashmere top with pretty little colorful bangles on it, white linen pants and a white linen shell. You could even get married on the beach in Hawaii in this, or go to a wedding, or just have fun. Go out with your boyfriend at night, go to a club. You have a Lambert's and Truex little straw bag there. And again, with this white pants and the white shell, you can do many different tops. But this is colorful and charming and fun.
Yes.
And so you look elegantly fun. Cinda, I think we've fulfilled all of your expectations. We put you in an elegant evening jacket. We got you to work in a wonderful little sweater top. And now you can even go to a wedding in this beautiful little outfit, wear it on the beach, whatever. So I think we had fun with this makeover, and I hope you had a great time.
Oh, I did. Thank you.
What a fun piece, Marie. That was great. And you say, Cinda, I won't say her age specifically, but octogenarian.
And she is young. There's a perfect example of someone who's young at heart, who doesn't give a hoot about her age, but wants to have fun.
Right. And look good.
And look terrific. Absolutely.
I remember asking my grandfather one time why we had to dress up to go to church. And he says, well, when people dress up, they're better behaved.
That's very good. I like that.
You know, if you put a little thought and effort into your wardrobe, it actually can alter your outlook and your behavior.
And the way you stand and the way you think about yourself.
Right. And of course, posture is so important to people of a certain age because they've gotten maybe a little lazy and they start to slump. And
that's for
well,
sure.
why? I mean, stand up
straight.
Proud.
Stand up straight while you can.
Sure. Exactly. I have to ask you, how do designers feel about this resale market? Are they proud that their fashions have held up over time?
I think they're very proud, actually.
Really?
Yes, absolutely. You know, and many times I get samples from the designers. I mean, I do carry some new things as well, and I try to fill in with the sizes, you know, that are so 12s, 14s, 16s,
Right.
and things like that.
A little larger size. Well,
Right.
we all get a little bigger.
Yes, we do.
Well, before I forget, I want to remind people again, now you're on Wilshire Boulevard in Santa Monica, about 11th.
1116 Wilshire Boulevard.
Right.
It's a white building with a bright turquoise fence.
Yeah, I love the outside. It was very stylish.
And there's parking in the back, meter parking in the front.
Great.
And we'll greet you with open arms.
Oh, that's fun. Now, again, I want to encourage people to sort of think outside the box here, either to bring new clothes that they may wish to share with someone else, but also to
come in and shop. It's a fun way to shop.
Sure
and they'll
is.
love our store, and everyone's very friendly.
Yeah.
I have people who've been shopping with me for years, and now they bring their grandchildren in.
Now, I'm going to sneak this out here. You have a little list of names of some of the people that you might bump into.
Well, these are some of the people who are actually in their 60s that you never think of it that way. You know,
and are
like,
still quite fashionable.
Barbara Streisand, Jane Fonda, Priscilla Presley, Diane Sawyer.
Yes.
I mean, these are all glamorous, wonderful women who could easily be 30 or 40.
Right, and nobody is saying that they're too severe, or they're dressing inappropriately, because the fact is they wear their outfits proudly, and they look good.
And they look fabulous.
Sure.
And incidentally, on the walls of my store are pictures of many celebrities that I get clothes from, and you'll find some very, very famous names there.
Well, there's something special about that. You know, you can say,
you're the same size as somebody, you know.
Right, of course.
Whose name they'll have to come in and see.
Maureen, this has been such a treat, and I'm pleased to let Los Angeles know that the Address Boutique is here and that you're here to help them with their fashion
Thank you so much for choosing our store. It's been wonderful and so lovely, and we'll look forward to seeing all your friends.
Great, thank you. Time is up for today's edition of Aging in LA. Thanks so much to our guest, Maureen Clavin, from the Address Boutique on Wilshire Boulevard in Santa Monica. And now, it's time for our feature on aging in LA, Senior Stat Shots, where we look at statistics or information that pertains to senior citizens. And once again, we found today's statistics in the recently released LA County Seniors Count, a survey of the older adult population in Los Angeles City and County. We featured this survey before on our program. Now, in our last program, we looked at statistics that showed various degrees of difficulty that some seniors have in performing everyday tasks, such as getting in and out of bed, preparing and eating meals, and using the telephone. Today, we will look at statistics that show who helped them with their tasks. Of those who had some degree of difficulty with these tasks, 17% were assisted by their spouse, 12% by another relative, 4% had a friend help them, 6% were helped by a volunteer or agency, and 28% had no one to help them. 32% of those asked this question did not respond. And that's today's Senior Stat Shot. Now, you can get your own copy of this fact-filled survey. Simply go online to the Los Angeles County Community and Senior Services. The website is up there on your screen. Just click on LA County Seniors Count, and the full report will appear. I'm Paul Peterson for the Los Angeles Department of Aging, the people here at City View Channel 35, and all of our guests on Aging in LA. Thank you so much for watching. See you next time.
Eddie! You with the stupid hat. Come here. Closer. No parking! Do you know what happens when you park illegally on these narrow hillside streets? You block the street so emergency vehicles can't pass. Each year, homes are destroyed and lives are lost because of drivers like you who park illegally. And you know what else? You can get a citation. And you can be towed.
Help us get to the emergency. The life we save just might be yours.
How'd you know?
The ball called.
Hey, look out for the pothole.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
We're here in the John Farrell Council Chambers, room 340 of City Hall. We meet here every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. And welcome to members of the public who have joined us here today in Council Chambers, as well as those in our remote Council Chambers in Van Nuys and San Pedro. We try to make those three locations as convenient as possible for Angelinos, no matter where you live. But if you can't make it here live in person, we have 3 other ways to avail yourself of the council meetings. First is on Channel 35. We welcome our viewers throughout the city's cable system who view this live and then rebroadcast in the evening times on Channel 35, and also through the telephone and internet. Telephone number is 213-621-CITY. That's 213-621-CITY, and you can listen into the council meetings. You also can use that service to listen into our committee meetings as well via audio. And finally, through the internet, you can always cast these meeting live streaming webcast video at lacity.org. That's lacity.org. And we archive all of our past council meeting footage there as well for your convenience. Also at our city's website are links to city departments and services to improve the quality of your life here in Los Angeles, to provide information to stakeholders throughout Los Angeles and beyond. And also there on the city's homepage, you can get links to our city council files. All the supporting materials the council members look at is available for the public as well. And our agendas are made available 72 hours in advance there, and also in person throughout the city's buildings. And you can click on any of the links to have the e-packet, which is now available, of all the council items that are before us. If you're here in chambers, the council agenda is in the back. It's also posted there on the sides. Any new motions that are made during the meetings are put up there as well, that are distributed to council members, are also available to the public. And we have speaker cards if you'd like to be heard on any of the items that have been agendized for public comment, or for the section of the meeting called general public comment, which is where we can listen to you on any items which are not on the agenda, but nevertheless under our jurisdiction. We can't hear general public comments on items that are specific. You need to speak on those specific items under the state's Brown Act law. Again, we are waiting for a full quorum. Today, we have only 10 members, I believe, that are going to be here. So I'd ask all council members to come down right away. They're now late. It's 10:05, and council rules prescribe that you should be here in your seats at the beginning of the meeting, and that's 10 a.m. Thank you to those members of the council who are here, Council Members Cardenas and Huizar, Perry, and Zine. We have 5 members right now. We have excuses for Mr. Parks, who's excused. Ms. Perry is excused, though she is here. And Mr. Reyes and Mr. Wesson are excused to arrive late, as is Mr. Koretz. So Mr. Alarcon, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Krikorian, Mr. Labange, Mr. Rosendahl, and Mr. Smith, if you'll please make your way down as soon as possible. And if I could ask the Sergeants at Arms for their assistance in finding those members. And we'll begin as soon as we have a quorum. If we do not reach a quorum in the next 7 minutes, we will adjourn for lack of a quorum. Our apologies, and thank you to the members of the public for your patience while we wait those council members. here council members Alarcon, Cardenas, Huizar, Labange, Perry, and Smith, and Zion, Mr. Corey as well. We are still waiting Ms. Hahn and Mr. Rosendahl. If one of them doesn't arrive in the next couple minutes, we'll have to adjourn. Thank you. We do have Ms. Hahn as well, so please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Huizar, Correct, Corey, and Labange, Park, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weston, Zion, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. If I could just welcome everyone back, but also please give everybody a reminder that being here promptly is the duty of each council member. That's 10 a.m. when these meetings are scheduled, and if that means scheduling things to be here at 5 of or 10 of to bring you here at 10, please, we will need to do that, and we're seeing some of that slipping. The members of the public have made time to be here on time, and again, it is our duty to do the same. Thank you to those council members who were here on time. First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
All right, Mr. Smith moves and Ms. Perry seconds without objection. Those will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
All right, Mr. Zion moves and Mr. Cardenas seconds without objection. Those will be approved as well. If I can ask everybody in council chambers to please rise for Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Smith, have you been kind enough to lead us?
If you all join me in pledge allegiance to the greatest nation on earth. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. If we can please run through today's agenda.
Before beginning the regular agenda, there are a number of items to be continued. Items 14 and 47, there's a request to continue that matter to October 22nd.
Okay, if there's no objection, we'll continue items, sorry, it was 22 and...
That was items 14 and 47.
Oh, sorry, 14 and 47. Okay, we'll continue those till the 22nd of October. Yes, Mr. Huizar?
Continue item number 42 to the 24th, please.
24th, okay. Item 42 till the 24th.
That's the, not this Friday, but the following Friday, I believe.
I think
that would be October
1st. I'm sorry, yes.
October 1st? Okay.
Yes, not, yeah,
Gotcha.
October 1st.
Without objection, we'll continue 42 till October 1st.
I know.
And item 22, is there a desire to continue that till?
Yeah, there was a request to continue that matter to one day to September 22nd.
Okay. Any other continuations?
Yes, item 12 to continue that matter to September 28th.
Without objection, we'll continue 12 to the 28th.
And the final item to continue item 46 one day to September 22nd.
Okay. Without objection, seeing none, we'll continue that till the 22nd as well. First item, please.
On the regular agenda, item 1 is a public convenience and necessity item in Council District 5. Notice for public hearing. A motion is required to either grant or deny the application, and there are cards on that.
Okay, let's call that special for cards from the public. Next items, please.
Items 2 through 24 are items for which public hearings have been held. Items 3 and 4 are commission appointments. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold 3 and 4 on the desk.
And council should have 12 members. Do you wish to hold ordinances 5 through 8?
Yes, please. Let's hold that till we have 12. We may or may not have 12 members today. Ms. Perry was excused, but she's here to help out with quorum, and we appreciate that. Let's hold those on the desk in the meantime. Other specials from this section? Ms. Hahn?
16.
16 for Ms. Hahn.
And, Mr. President, I understand there are amendments in the works on items 20 and 24. Do you wish to hold those?
Okay.
You can make the verbal on 20.
Actually, on 20, we can make the verbal amendment right now. It is to move, this is for Mr. Parks, I move to amend the ITGA report to report back in 90 days on the progress of amending the appropriate purchasing forms. If there's no objection to that additional requirement, then we can take that, add that to the consent menu as well. And item 24, we will await Mr. Rosendahl for the verbal amendment on that. We're still awaiting Mr. Rosendahl, and everybody else is here. So with that, any other special items between 2 and 24?
Number 9 for Mr. Rosendahl.
Mr. Rosendahl's office has asked for number 9 to be called special for him. I'll call that for him. Any others? Yeah. Without objection, then, let's go ahead and take up the rest of the items on the consent in this section. Please, Mr. Design from this section.
25.
Nope, not yet.
I thought you were
Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Next section, please.
Items 25 through 47 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration. Items 26 through 32 are various commission appointments. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Yes, let's hold the commissioners on the desk. If we can send 15 forthwith without objection for Mr. Alarcon. And do we have cards from the public on any of these?
Yes, Mr. Chair. You have cards on item 25, 40, and 43.
40 and 43. All right, we'll close the other public hearings, and we'll call 25 special for Mr. Zion as well. Mr. Cardenas?
37 special for a technical amendment.
Okay, 37 special for Mr. Cardenas.
That was special for Mr. Reyes on 25.
Oh, for Mr. Reyes, thank you. Mr. Zion for Mr. Reyes. Any other specials? Mr. Labange?
Number 45.
45 for Mr. Labange. Mr. Krikoyan, do you have a special? Mr. Krikoyan, okay.
Ms. Bell, you wish to hold 33, the other ordinance?
Yes, let's hold 33 too until we have 12 members. Any other specials, colleagues? If not, let's take up the... Okay, let's take up the balance. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Those are approved. If we can now go back to the commissioners. Mr. Smith?
36.
36, forthwith, Mr. Smith. We'll take the commissioners, and then we'll go to our general public comment. If we can first go to item number 3, and I'd like to recognize Mr. Labange, the chair of our Arts Parks Committee, for appointment to the Cultural Heritage Commission.
Yes, and if we could ask that the clerk call that so that we could ask the commission to come. I don't know if everybody has arrived yet at this moment, but we do have our commissioner.
All right, why don't we hold, do we have the nominee here for the Cultural Heritage Commission? Come on forward.
Oh, please, I apologize. Thank you.
If you come forward to the table, please, and recognize Mr. Labange.
Cultural Heritage Commission is very important. The great monuments, the city just celebrated its birthday on the 4th of September, 229 years. There's a lot of great culture in this city, and there's a lot of great things that need to be recognized. And we have a nominee of the mayor that we ask for her to express her passion and say why you want to make Los Angeles better through this commission. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tara Jones-Hamaker. I'm at 812 South Spring Street. It's a great pleasure that I appear before you today for your consideration in my appointment to the Cultural Heritage Commission. With over 20 years of experience in real estate planning issues related to historic preservation, I feel that I can contribute to the Cultural Heritage Commission's role in overseeing our cultural assets in the city of Los Angeles. For the past 10 years, I've been actively involved in the City of LA's renaissance in its downtown area. I have served on numerous volunteer committees, including the Historic Downtown Business Improvement District, the Neighborhood Council...
I'm sorry for 1 second. If we can ask folks to please keep their conversations to a minimum so we can listen to the testimony of the nominee. Thank you.
As I was mentioning, I've served on numerous boards in the past. I've served on the Historic Downtown Business Improvement District for several years. I've also been a member of the Neighborhood Council. I've also served as a board member for National Preservation Partners. That's been very instrumental in shaping the downtown renaissance of Broadway. Yeah. And I've been an active member of Councilman Jose Huizar's Bringing Broadway Back initiative since its inception. I look forward to my continued role as a Cultural Heritage Commissioner, and I ask for your support today. I think that I could be a great value to the City of Los Angeles, and I'm very humbled by the appointment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lodge?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for your service, and appreciate it, and I vote.
Thank you. We have, excuse me.
Mr. Huizar.
My button does not seem to be working. Can you tell me who's next on the speaker queue?
You realize
okay. Mr. Huizar?
Your plan B.
Thank you. Yes, it wasn't working. Thank you very much, and I just want to thank you for all your service you've done to downtown Los Angeles. You've been a steward of the public's interest in preserving what is in downtown. Your knowledge about theaters, the history of downtown, and Broadway is going to be valued on this commission. So I want to thank you for all the work you've done, and thank you for your future service on this commission. I think this was an excellent choice. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers on the queue, Mr. Clerk? If not, thank you for your willingness to serve, and we'll take a vote on your nomination. If we can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Congratulations and welcome aboard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I look forward to the opportunity.
Thank you. We do as well. Next, if we can ask the appointee for the Animal Services Commission to come forward, and I'll recognize Mr. Smith, Chair of our Public Safety Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very pleased to introduce to you the mayor's designee, Teresa. Come on and sit down. Teresa Marcellaro. She is an attorney by trade, but she is giving all of her pro bono time basically to support animal service programs throughout the city. She's been very active in the spay and neuter issue for years. She comes to us with a great passion for animal service. Please sit down and make yourself comfortable. Comes to us with a great passion for animal rights and for animal services, as well as trying to help the department through these very difficult times. We had a good discussion in committee about the challenges that the department has, not just in trying to maintain a no-kill policy for the city, but also in the reduction of services and staff that they're dealing with in that department. And we were very, very pleased with what she had to tell us. We were very confident in her appointment, and I'm very pleased to present to you the designee with the support of the committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Rosendahl is next on the queue.
Thank you much, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for that kind comment about one of my constituents from Venice. We had a great conversation, talked about animals and the connection humans should have to animals. We also talked about if everybody had a pet of some kind or another, maybe the negativity in the world would slow down a bit. It would certainly, on an individual basis, give a person the balance that they should have, be it gardening, be it a bird or an aquarium or a dog or a cat or whatever animal that gives relationships. Tell me, why are you stepping up to the plate to this? And tell me a little bit about your personal sensibilities regarding animals.
For the past many years, I've been involved on a pro bono basis with animal protection issues. In the past, I was the chairwoman of the American Bar Association's Animal Protection Committee. I also was the editor of the Animal Law Report. I've handled some pro bono cases that have involved the rights of animals. In connection with the City of Los Angeles, I was very actively involved in the legislation of about a decade ago that was a price differential legislation designed to encourage people to spay and neuter. And in connection with that, I was one of the people who spearheaded the city's first mobile spay-neuter van, which offers free spay-neuter services to our low-income residents. I'm very interested in the issue of reducing the euthanasia of animals in our
Saying
shelters.
that point, I put a motion in to up the limit to 5 cats and 5 dogs. That would save dogs and cats. Do you support that?
I've looked into that, and it seems to be something that makes sense, and I look forward to hearing the community's input and to working on things like that or other measures that will in fact help reduce the killing of animals in our shelters.
Well, I just want to thank you for stepping up to the plate. You're incredible. You're going to be a great addition to that board. God bless you for doing it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Zine is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. We met yesterday at the Public Safety meeting. You did a great job explaining your credentials and your love for animals. Issue I brought up yesterday regarding the coyotes, how in the Woodland Hills, West Hills, San Fernando Valley area, their population is growing and they're attacking the domestic animals, cats and dogs, smaller animals in the area. That's something that the Commission needs to address. It's been ignored for a long, long time. It seems that population of coyotes is growing. They're becoming more aggressive in the communities where we have young children in the residential areas. So I just want to bring that to your attention, that the Commission can do something. I don't know what the answer is, but I do know that we've got a lot of folks concerned and a lot of the small animals that are disappearing as a result of the overpopulation of coyotes that are coming out of the hills into the lands, and maybe other parts of the city, but I do know that I personally witnessed them in the residential areas just walking down the street, very brazen and very bold. So just want to bring that to your attention as a commissioner. Please put it on the agenda.
Thank you, and I certainly will do so, and I did start to already look into it last night. It's, of course, a complicated issue.
Yes.
And I'm hopeful that together the Commission can come up with something that helps to alleviate the very serious problem that you identified.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Our last speaker on the queue is Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Well, I had a question about the proposal that has been introduced to allow more cats and dogs per resident. You already answered that, but that's what I was going to ask, because while on one hand it seems like it might be an answer to us saving more animals from euthanasia in our shelters, I will tell you I've had a lot of people come up to me and are very concerned about it because they said they don't want to live next door to, 10 barking dogs. So it's going to be a bit of a controversy, so we're going to have to really look long and hard at what that will really mean. Are you in favor of doing some sort of environmental impact report on the impact that would have if in fact we did adopt that policy? Or how are you all going to look at weighing in on that? I mean, we're going to make the decision here around the city council. It might be a cat fight, I don't know.
We may not have the budget to do an actual impact report, but we do have the benefit of being able to look to other jurisdictions that have similar laws already in effect. So what I will do is study those and see how they apply here, and as well as listen to the input of people within the community. But it certainly seems that if there are, for instance, barking dog problems, I believe we have legislation already to deal with that. So, we might want to
Well, we might have legislation to deal with that, but our Animal Services Department is, understaffed. We're already asking other departments to help with the enforcement of the one rooster per household law. So I don't know if we have the staff that will be available to, crack down on the barking dogs. I mean, I just don't know if we have that. So those are things that I think we need to look at. Ultimately, I hope we can become a no-kill city. Ultimately, it's all about spaying and neutering. It's really educating the public. That's, our ultimate goal. And hopefully we can move forward with really pushing that policy as strongly as we can. We need to really cut down on unwanted puppies and kitties and other animals that are going to be left to the shelter, and unfortunately then we'll have to do away with them. So
I completely agree with you that spay and neuter and education are critical. One of the projects I worked on in the recent past is an educational announcement on Spanish TV, advertisements, educating people about the importance of spay neuter and asking them to adopt from the local shelters.
Now, other jurisdictions are looking to actually ban sales of, pet stores selling any and all animals. Is that something we should look at in Los Angeles?
Before jumping into something like that, it does make sense to evaluate it and see whether it's something that could work here. Of course, there are different interests at stake with something like that, and so we always want to consider all the interests. But the main thing I think we all want to do, and which is what excites me, is to get to the point where we're killing a lot less animals in our shelters.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for those answers, and thank you for your willingness to serve as well. That's the last speaker that is on the queue. So, members, if we can now take a vote, we'll please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Congratulations as well. Unanimous support. Thank you so much. We can go to our next commissioner nominee, please.
This is item 26, and it's the reappointment of Sue Downing to the Board of Zoo Commissioners.
Mr. Labange. Come on forward, Ms. Downing.
As a member of the commission, she brings great expertise as a veterinarian. She's very passionate about education and the care for animals, and she serves the city well. The commission is meeting this morning right now, so once she is complete with the city process, she's back to the zoo to help out and contribute. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. We do have a card from the public. Mr. Rosendahl?
Every time I go different places, everybody, comes up to you with different issues, and I still have a group of folks coming up to me going like this about Billy the elephant. One of the charges I'd like you to look at is Billy in the zoo okay? I bring it up all the time. Some people feel that his feet are starting to get the cracks and the issues of confinement. That was one of the positions. Put him in a sanctuary, let him be free. Then the other position is, hey, we're creating one of the most beautiful locations. People can see elephants. He's a stud, and maybe they'll breed, and things like that. And so we went back and forth. This room was packed. And so one of the requests I have of you is to look into that issue and report back to us from time to time as to the status of Billy the elephant. If you sense things aren't going right, we need to know it, because, we got to be careful, and at the same time, zoos are there for people to see the animals of the planet, and if they're treated right in the zoos, it has value. Do you have an opinion on that at all?
Well, Billy, of course, is a star of the show at the zoo, and his interest is routinely brought before the commission each month as far as updates about him as an individual, as well as the progress of the new exhibit. And I think as that opens in the next couple of months, it's going to be a terrific improvement for him, providing a lot more space, areas for him to move about and have less concern about the condition of his feet, of course, and where he's housed currently. But he is a person of interest at the zoo.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for stepping up, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas?
Thank you very much. I just couldn't help but have to comment on what Mr. Rosendahl said about the elephant Billy. If you get medical information on Billy, could you please forward it to me? Because some of the information coming out of the zoo wasn't very forthright, and even with public records requests and things of that nature, some information still has not been received by the public on the details and the requests that have been requested of the zoo. But being that you're a commissioner, I warn you, you're advisory on that commission. Some commissions are actually policymakers. For example, over at the airport, at the Department of Water and Power, and various departments within the city, they're not advisory, they are the boss. They tell the staff what to do, and they make the policy for that department. But unfortunately for you, over at the zoo, you are advisory. And I have known some commissioners who have actually shared with me that their requests weren't even paid heed to by some of the staff over at the zoo. And so just wanted to let you know, I wish you well, and I know your intentions are good, but if you ask too many questions, you might get a little frustrated, and there is a lot of politics going on over there. And again, I wish you well. I know your intentions are good, but seriously, if you do get some medical information on Billy, can you please forward it to my office? Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. Mr. Labange, and then we'll hear from the public.
Yeah, and I think all information should be open as far as that, but also there is a lawsuit against the city, so be advised through the city attorney on whatever should be done in the city's interest. I would only suggest that. The zoo is a wonderful place to people to visit and enjoy and learn about nature, and if we ever disconnect from nature, we will disconnect as people. So it's important to learn about all the challenges of the wildlife throughout the world. Thank you for your service to the City of Los Angeles and the zoo, and I look forward to your contribution.
Thank you very much. We have one speaker, Mr. Walsh, if you'd like to come forward. And then we'll come back. I'm sorry. We have another speaker from the council after that. We have two cards from you, Mr. Walsh. I just want to make sure one wasn't misclassified. for 26.
Keep losing my card. Maybe I should send 10 each for each item.
We got both of them, so.
Blogging at Hollywood Highlands, HIGHLANDS.org. New post by myself and Mickey Jackson a few days ago. And now Twittering. We're going to be Twittering these meetings. Go to Hollywood Dems. Hollywood, as you would expect it to be spelled, and Dems, D-E-M-S. We will be Twittering here at the meetings. Yes, we are in favor of Billy the Elephant. And I'm going to tell you why we're always in favor of animal rights. Because Billy cannot fill out a card. Billy cannot come up here and speak. Billy cannot give you hell. The elephants, yet they're treated like trash, much like the public is treated at these meetings, except our feet are not cracking yet. HollywoodHighlands.org. Join us, Twitter us. Thank you. 1 minute.
Thank you. That will close our public comments. Mr. Cardenas, for a second time. Oh, you're okay? Okay. Mr. Cardenas withdraws that. That is our last speaker. With that, we will go ahead and take a vote. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Congratulations again. Thank you for your service. Next, Commissioner, please.
Item 27, the appointment of Mr. Ramon Luis Enriquez to the Los Angeles City County Native American Indian Commission.
All righty. And that came through Arts Parks as well?
That was waived out of Arts, correct.
Mr. Labange, and if we can ask Mr.
I'm not
Enriquez
sure if
to come
he's
forward.
arrived, so I would support this nominee, but I know they were getting it. Could you hold it on the desk?
Yeah, we'll hold that on the desk.
Thank you very much.
In the meantime, item 9, Mr. Rosenthal's questions have been answered, and 40, we mistakenly thought we had a card on. We did not. So let's take 9 and 40. And please open the roll on those two items. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Those are approved. Next commissioner appointment then?
Item 28 is the reappointment of Mr. Rod Lane to the Disabled Access Appeals Commission. This was
Mr.
also
Lane,
waived out of
come
Arts.
forward. Thank you as well for your service. Good to see you. And Mr. Labange?
Yeah, this is the 20th anniversary of the Americans Disabilities Act, which is so important. We had a great celebration, which many of you attended in the courtyard of City Hall. Please give us your update and your passion as you look forward to serve on this commission. Thank you.
Well, it's a privilege to continue to serve and to offer the commission my expertise in construction as a construction manager specializing in affordable housing throughout Los Angeles. And as we hear cases, it's always our goal to treat the appellants with fairness and justice while we maintain the primacy of offering maximum access for our entire community to access our buildings, both public and private. And that's my goal, is to continue in providing that service.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your service. That's so important. We should look at it, all of us, in all of our facilities throughout, to make sure we continue that mantra, because it's so important that accessibility be key to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Rod, for your great involvement in so many causes and your continued service to the people of Los Angeles. We're lucky to have you. And with that, we'll also take a vote. If we can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That reappointment is approved. Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 29 is the appointment of Ms. Paula Madison to the Board of Library Commissioners, and this was also waived out of Arts.
All right.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, again, the Board of Library Commissions, we have someone who's very special and key, who is going to help in this. She also is with NBC Universal as an Executive Vice President of Diversity, which is so key because Los Angeles is diverse. Please tell us your passion and how you feel so good about getting this appointment to this commission, Ms. Madison.
Thank you. I say good morning to the members of the City Council, and I want to tell you how excited I am to be asked to serve in this role. First of all, it was a thrilling phone call that I got. But also what I'd like to tell you is that I come from a background that had very few financial resources, and I grew up in New York City, where I spent most of my day after school in the public library, and I know the importance of the public library system to children who grew up like me and who are growing up like me, who just don't have an awful lot of financial resources. I hope that if I'm approved, that I will actually be able to bring some of the thinking and the resources that would go into a public-private partnership in order to assist not only the children of Los Angeles, but all of the residents of Los Angeles, who millions of them are using on a daily basis. The numbers of hits that are going onto the website and the hundreds of thousands of people who are visiting the public library.
Space.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wong.
Mr. President, Paula had the great distinction of being the general manager of KNBC4 Los Angeles in many, many years, and also the relationship with Telemundo and bringing it together to get more information out to all people. There's no better place than a library for information, and to try to enhance that, your experience will give us that plus step up. So a strong aye vote.
Thank you. We have next Mr. Rosendahl. I'm sorry, for a point.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to add that I had a brief opportunity to speak with Ms. Madison before her arrival here, and I told her then that I couldn't imagine a person being better prepared for this position than her background has made her. A background in education, a background in information and communications, and of course she's a nationally recognized expert and professional in diversity. So all of the issues that are most important right now, I think, in fixing our library system and making it more accessible to people throughout Los Angeles, we find background in Ms. Madison. I think she's ideally suited for this job. The fact that she's a resident of CD2 is just gravy. So I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
It'll be popping up all the time, but this is another issue of great concern. Most recently, as you know, in the severe budget realities of our great city, library hours have shrunk. Sunday and Monday, the libraries are closed. The emails I'm getting from so many folks are just awful about the value of the libraries. One of the things I hope you look at is how we can avoid any more cutbacks in the library. And one of my suggestions is there are a lot of wonderful people who are volunteers that with the proper empowerment and training, that we might be able to open up the libraries again on Sundays and Mondays with city employees in the leadership role and volunteers assisting, so that there are enough folks with sensitivity and abilities in a reliable way to go back to the 7 days a week and the extended hours. If we can't have a government employee totally running it, we could have them in the leadership role and volunteers to support it. That would be my goal, is to go back to 7 days, get Sunday and Monday, cut no more librarian staff, but connect it with a vibrant volunteer effort. Whatever I can do to assist you in that, and I'd like your opinion of the volunteer component. Thank you.
Councilman, I am just getting familiar with the library system, but I have in fact spent some time reading about this and talking to people, and I think that I can't imagine that any citizen in the city of Los Angeles does not want the public library system open 7 days a week. So to the extent that that can happen, as well as our ability to provide virtual access online, I think that those are absolutely the number one goals of the library system, and would be of me as a commissioner.
And I would like to assist in any fundraising efforts. We have a lot of rich people in this city. I mean billionaires and multimillionaires that could write big checks to the Library Foundation. They even get tax write-offs, you know, that maybe they could step to the plate. And I would love to help you with that. And I think that their money and the volunteer effort could have a very critical component link that could make it happen.
Thank you very much. I will follow up with you on that, I promise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one card from the public as well. Mr. John Walsh, if you'd like to come back to the podium on item 29, this appointment.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org, twittering at HollywoodDems. City of Airheads. Read the story in the LA Weekly. Patrick Rain should receive a Pulitzer Prize for this. Villaraigosa dismantles Los Angeles' vaunted library system. Volunteer librarians? We have some heroes here, real heroes. Firemen. Would you like volunteer firemen? Would you like volunteers? We should no more have volunteers in the fire department, volunteers in our emergency room. No! We want professionals. The money is here. You have a larger staff than the President of the United States. It says it in the story. How dare you? Yes, put her on. She's a rubber stamp for Villaraigosa. She's in. I'm telling you right now, read this story. Read the entire story. It is a shame. City of Airheads, LA Weekly, 1 minute.
That will close our public comment. And Mr. Labange?
Thank you very much. Paula, we thank you for your service. That speaker mentioned the fire department. The fire department always are seen strongly by the library department for the heroic efforts they made in the 1980s to save the Central Library from total destruction. There's a great partnership between the fire department and the library department. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you for your service. Call for an aye vote.
Thank you. And with that, time for the vote. If we can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And welcome aboard. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, Commissioner, please.
Item 30 is the reappointment of Mr. David Louis to the El Pueblo de Los Angeles Historical Monument Authority, and this was also waived out of arts.
Thank you. Mr. Louis, nice to see you again. Good morning, and thank you for your willingness to continue to serve. I'd like to recognize the chair to say a few words as well, Mr. Labange.
A great graduate of Dorsey High School, whose colors are green and white. And Dorsey has contributed many great people to this city. You're one of them. You're bringing us perspective to this commission, a voice to this commission, which is important. As we all know, when in the 1930s they relocated much of Chinatown to what is now New Chinatown on Broadway. That history to connect to the Chinese American Museum as well as all of Alvera Street, the Italian Hall. Express some of your activities so we could move you forward.
Thank you, Tom. Good morning, council members.
Good morning.
President Garcetti, how are you? It's been my pleasure to serve for the last 4 years on the El Pueblo Commission, and it's been a very interesting and challenging time. El Pueblo is the birthplace of Los Angeles. It is the one place that we can celebrate the cultural diversity of our city and blend together the tapestry that makes up our various populations. Over the past year, we've had an opportunity to come forward with a balanced budget, to no longer be dependent upon the general fund. Through Councilman Weezar's leadership and Tom Labange's leadership, we've been able to weather serious budget cuts and still provide services. And I look forward to another 4 years, if I can gain your support for reappointment, to try to push it across the finish line so that we can gain financial sustainability. So I'd ask for your support.
Great. Thank you very much. We have a few other speakers on the queue. Mr. Weezar is our next one.
Thank you. And first, thank you, Mr. Louis, for your service on this. I know you and I haven't always seen eye to eye, but I think we both share the common purpose of improving El Pueblo and the birthplace of the city of Los Angeles. But I think through our common efforts, we have seen a lot of progress. Progress that many people thought wasn't possible. Progress that many people thought it would be the same old thing at El Pueblo. We have undertaken a mediation to resolve the long-standing dispute over leases, and I think that will be resolved soon. We are moving forward with the Siqueiros project and some of the renovations at the Italian Hall. We are moving forward with the Pico House and bringing back that beautiful historic property back to use. So I think there's been a lot of work. I want to thank you for your energy. I think you, amongst a couple of other commissioners, have put in the time and effort, so your reappointment is well deserved. And I think as we go forward, it's going to be a continuous, difficult financial time. But even in these times, like you said, we were able to balance El Pueblo's budget, something that hasn't been done in many, many years. So I think with our continued partnership and working together, a lot more can be accomplished there. And what I also appreciate is that El Pueblo represents the diversity that is Los Angeles, as you mentioned. And for us, we have to continue that diversity in many ways. And you always do a good job of bringing up the Chinese-American perspective for our Pueblo and their history, and I think that's been appreciated to remind all of us about the roles that Chinese-Americans have played in El Pueblo and in the development of this city. So thank you, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zion.
Thank you, Mr. President. David, you're a good man who has a huge task to make it work well. The issues that have taken place regarding the leases and the controversy, has all been put to rest, or is that still up in the air?
Well, we're in process.
Okay.
We're in process.
We've been in process for how many years?
Quarter century.
Quarter century.
Yeah.
I know things are slow, but we need to get that complete finally.
You know, frankly, I think this mayor, this city councilman have taken on a challenge that's been sort of kicked down the road for the last quarter century. They're not easy choices. They're challenging. They're painful. But I think we're on the cusp of resolving some of the major issues that are outstanding. So ask the City Council support for this. I know that the city family as a group has worked very hard, and I'm very hopeful of the outcome.
And I know that you've been very committed to bringing about a resolution to that matter regarding the leases, the fair compensation. So keeping you on that commission would obviously help maintain that stability and hopefully come to a satisfactory conclusion for all parties involved. So you know you've got my vote and support, and hopefully we can put that matter to rest and continue the positive aspect of what that brings to Los Angeles, tourism and other activities that take place there on a regular basis, but also the compensation that needs to take care of the city as well as the proprietors of the various locations that are in there.
Yeah, it would be my honor to serve, and I too am looking forward to the opportunity to close a number of outstanding matters.
Excellent. Thank you, David.
Thank you. That is our last speaker on the queue. So with that, we will take a vote, and thank you for your service as well. If we can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Louie. We appreciate you very much. Next item for the commission appointments, please.
Item 31 is the appointment of Ms. Angela Pinto to the Commission for Community and Family Services, and this was also waived out of arts.
All right, item 31, if we can recognize Mr. LaBonge. It's the Tom LaBonge Show. Please come forward to the table, Ms. Pinto.
This is a new commission. This is an important commission. And we have an opportunity here to start off in a very important function. If you could please express your passion and appreciate it as we complete this process.
Good morning, Mr. President, council members. I know you have a full agenda, and I'll be very brief. So I'm honored to be appointed to this commission. I believe that based on my experience and knowledge and real passion for issues that this commission might be dealing with, I have fit well, and I'll do my best to make this commission as an asset, and I'll try to be an asset for the commission as well. So, would you like some
No, that's
brief
very good. This,
background?
just so you know, members, this was recently adopted ordinance combined the Commission of Children, Youth, and Families with the Children's Unit of Participation in formerly now within the Community Development Department. So this is another important step. She is a resident of the South Valley, and I think just your personal experience in life is so helpful to add to the discussion and mix on forwarding these causes. So I thank you, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have no other speakers on the queue, and thank you as well for offering yourself for service. We do have one card on this. If we can please ask Mr. Walsh to come forward on item number 32. Okay, Mr. Walsh waives his previous card that he filled out on this one. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Item 32, Mr. Smith has moved that we go ahead and vote on that reappointment. Ms. Castellanos has served, I believe, 18 years on this. But we do have a card on 32. So, Mr. Walsh, if you'd like to come forward on item 32? Okay. That is also waived. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
All right. That is approved. I'm sorry, the card on 31 was Ms. Pintos, who was already before us, not Mr. Walsh. Let's go to then our general public comment right now. That finishes the commissioners, Mr. Clerk? 27. We're still awaiting.
Still hold it on the desk.
Would you like us to still hold that, Mr. LaBonge?
Ask. Just want to, is the mayor's representative in the hall here in City Hall?
Is there anybody at the mayor's office about item 27?
Let's just hold it on the desk, but I want to ask the mayor's representative.
Okay. Let's see if we can get a representative from the mayor's office. Meantime, we'll go to our general public comment. John Walsh is our first speaker. After Mr. Walsh, it's Dr. Clyde Williams. Again, this is for items that are not on today's agenda, but nevertheless under our jurisdiction. And it's 2 minutes per speaker. And then after Dr. Williams will be Donna Perriman and Van Nuys. Good morning again, Mr. Walsh.
Good morning. John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. Twitter, join us at Hollywood Dems. Yes, let's bring up the issue of the fire. Yes, the fire that almost burned down the library. These gentlemen over here stopped it. There was no brownout then. In fact, LA now has significantly fewer firefighters per capita than LA did when they saved the library. Thanks to you, we're in danger. And now let's talk about something very important, which was a citizen of Guatemala was shot dead by an LAPD officer. I don't know anything. I don't trust the LAPD alone to do an investigation. You may have seen me on television. I was the one wearing the Barack Obama mask at the Saturday demonstration. Certainly the LAPD took many pictures of me plain clothes. This is what we're asking for. We're asking for the Guatemalan envoy to the United Nations to call for a Human Rights Commission investigation into this killing. I'm sure you're all in favor of it. I'm sure you're in favor of it, Eric, and if you aren't, then say it. We're also asking, and whatever they say, I will agree. We all agree. They're going to tell the truth. Barack Obama took a spanking yesterday at the town hall, so while he's rubbing his butt, he can instruct Attorney General Holder to conduct a Justice Department investigation into whether the Guatemalans' civil rights were violated by the LAPD. All we're asking for is an investigation. We're not calling the police anything. We're not calling this officer anything. But we will not allow a cover-up. If you want to know what's happening in this city, there's only one place to go, HollywoodHighlands.org.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Dr. Clyde Williams is our next speaker. After that will be Donna Perriman and Van Nuys. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. A little bit of history. 40 years ago, I started science, technology, and engineering. I've done planning, design, construction, operations. We always knew where we were going. We always knew how long it would take to get there and how much it was going to cost. Then we would track our costs, our schedule, against actual progress. However, this morning there was a 50% increase in one EIR budget contract. A 50% increase? People have been doing EIRs for over 30 years, so it seems kind of strange. But yeah, it was DWP. Oh, DWP. They now have an integrated resources plan going on. However, there's one problem. There's no strategic plan for the Department of Water and Power. We don't know where they're going. We don't know how they're going to get there. And we do know that it's going to cost us a lot more sometime soon and forever. So, how about the other one? The Department of Public Works, DWP, PW. They have a stormwater program. They estimated in the year 2020 it's going to cost us $8 billion for capital works. They also indicated that it would cost all 6 to 10% to operate and maintain it on an annual basis. Oh, that only $500 million, so that's not very much. Who's going to pay? We're going to pay. We're going to pay in DWP, and we're going to pay in DPW. So I hope we know where we're going. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Donna Pearman in Van Nuys is our next speaker. Good morning, Don.
Eddie. Anyway, you look so much better clean-shaven. Can anyone
Thank you.
hear me? Okay. Anyway, speech today will be mine and Miriam's Fogler's, though she couldn't be here today. Anyway, this November, people will be voting to legalize marijuana. It's a very poorly written initiative. Please vote no. It won't even really be regulated, unlike Prop 215. It's better for medical marijuana use, not legalize it for recreation. There'll be very little laws regulating it. It took 30 to 40 years to regulate gambling. We need to regulate it now before we legalize it. It must be regulated first. We need laws regulating while driving a motor vehicle, operate heavy machinery, driving buses, metro rail. Remember the metro crash where the man was not watching. Will there be an MUI instead of a DUI, marijuana and the influence? I think we'll have exemption. I heard that they're not going to be giving exemptions like tobacco and alcohol. It needs to be regulated. Whereas tobacco is not allowed, neither should they allow marijuana in that area. We need more studies and updated tests on the effects of marijuana and how it will affect people, its downsides and benefits. Who's going to grow it? Who's going to sell it? Now that a lot of collectives are closed, there's no one to regulate the effects on each person. I know someone who smoked a lot more cigarettes when the person was using marijuana. It wasn't a substitute. Philip Morris will thank you. Who's going to sell it? Who is the main supplier? The drug cartels. We don't have enough collectives to sell for medical purposes. Now we want to add recreational use too. And I asked the medical marijuana people, how much would this marijuana cost if it's legalized? Don't vote no, please.
Thank you, Ms. Pearman. We have two other speaker cards, but just briefly, while we have 12 members, as we have a couple people who are excused to leave early, let's take up the ordinances we are holding on the desk. Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, those were items 5 through 8 and 33.
When do we want to do it?
Okay, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Those are approved. Next is Ankur Patel, and then Walter Bechtel on our continuing public comment. Good morning, sir.
Morning. Ankur Patel from Chatsworth. I did take public transportation here. Los Angeles Clean Sweep is going to have its first candidate forum on Saturday. It's going to be at the American Legion in Highland Park. Right? Actually, Councilman Parks is going to be there. He's said he's going to be there. I think all of Councilman Corian was invited. Maybe you're busy, you won't be able to be there. But there are going to be many of these forums. Hopefully you guys can come out and increase the voter turnout, right? It's at 25%. In Afghanistan, these people get bombed when they vote, and they still have a higher turnout. That's pretty ridiculous. It's up to you guys to come out to the public and get people to vote, right? Come out to these forums where people can ask you questions. We're going to have, I think, John Schwada there. He's going to be one of these people asking questions. It's going to be 200 people free to the public. Please RSVP at lacleansweep.com so we have a count of how many people are coming through. Just trying to get people more involved. And I continue to talk about internet, right? The websites you have. I wouldn't be talking about your websites if I was in rural China or India where there is no internet, but we have internet here. This is the tool to get people involved. Councilman Croyan, Councilman Zine, your websites are actually, you have your neighborhood councils, your time of meetings, where they meet, useful. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Hahn, but it links to the Dunn website. I got to go to which is a joke in and of itself, right? This kind of small changes in the way you organize your websites really help us get involved. Many of the councils don't even meet. I'm clicking. I was on all day looking for websites of these different neighborhood councils, and some of them are as ineffective as you guys. Just try and get out there, get to the people, get people involved, come out. 25% voter turnout? Come on, guys. We can do better than that. We want to be involved. LA Clean Sweep.
Thank you. Walter Bechtel is our next speaker.
Good morning. Other than what I've already said before, that I didn't say supposedly, I wanted to bring up an issue about the economy and the problem with how are we going to solve the economy problem. And I think if you really are interested in doing this and not playing around with money, you have to infuse integrity into what you have to say. You got to back it up. And if you do something like kick little old ladies out of their apartments and double and triple their rent, or like I experienced on a weekend, make things or take away the catalog, Christmas catalogs and all the benches from the malls, you will find that isn't just a stupid little old lady or that retired person or a disabled person there. A lot of times, like I tried to tell you before, the families of these people have a reference to these people, either that they have money or that they're just simply the matriarch or a respected person in the family. And the very wealthy relatives are watching what you do to these people. And you may think that you've kicked out Aunt Mildy from her apartment and tripled her rent, but when their wealthy relatives see what you've done to these people, they're going to respectfully treat you in the same manner. And in my opinion, this is the reason why you have such an economic problem, because you think you can do anything you want to these supposedly worthless people. You need to have some more respect for the people, because you supposedly represent the people and not a few selfish interests that oftentimes turn out to be enemies of our country.
Thank you, Mr. Bechtel. That's our last speaker for general public comment, and that'll take us back to our items. I think Rosendahl has asked for one item out of order. Was that item 24, Mr. Rosendahl? What was the item that you have a number of folks here that you asked for? Or was 43, I'm sorry. 43?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to take cards from the public first or make some comments first?
I'd like to do a quick opening first. And at that opening level, I'd like to ask the participants to come on up. The California Public Utilities Commission, come on up. The Office of the California State Fire Marshal, the Southern California Gas Company, the LA Fire Department, the Emergency Management, come on up to the table. The Emergency Management Department, the Harbor Department, the Bureau of Engineering, and DWP. Come on up to the table. And folks, colleagues, as the investigation of San Bruno pipeline explosion continues, we are fortunate to have a number of experts here today to discuss the safety of our hazardous transmission pipelines running under our own city. I've just announced who's here, but we need to just refresh our brains for a minute. On June 16, 1976, an 8-inch pipeline owned by the Standard Oil Company was ruptured by excavation equipment being used on a road widening project at Venice Boulevard and Bagley Avenue in Palms. Gasoline sprayed from the rupture and drenched nearby buildings. 90 seconds later, the gas line ignited. The ensuing explosion killed 9 people, injured at least 14, and destroyed an entire block of buildings on Venice Boulevard. On January 17, 1994, following the Northridge earthquake, as Mr. Smith knows so well, a 20-inch pre-World War II natural gas feeder main ruptured near the intersection of Balboa Boulevard, and Mr. Zion and I were just talking about that, and Ronaldo Street in Granada Hills. The quake also ruptured an adjacent 56-inch DWP trunk line, causing a pickup truck to stall in the flooded intersection. When the driver turned the ignition key, the broken gas line exploded, spewing flames 100 feet in the air. The fire ignited numerous homes on either side of the Balboa Boulevard and burned the pickup truck driver over 30% of his body. And I personally had the unfortunate reality of Brent Lovin, a firefighter in Westchester, when we had the explosion of the manholes go to a area where the corroded system exploded, and he lost his life. So this is a big deal, and all of us want to know how we feel. The presentation, if my colleagues would allow this, will be broken into 3 sections. We'll start the discussion specifically on natural gas pipelines. Second, we will expand the discussion to all the hazardous transmission pipelines beneath our city. And finally, we'll wrap up the discussion by reviewing the city's preparedness, response, and mitigation plans. That's sort of the backdrop. And I would be happy if you thought, Mr. President, public comment should come, but my hope would be they could at least discuss some of this so we have on the table what we need to know. Would that be okay?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, well, let me just start with the questions for all agencies. The impact of earthquake on pipelines. The first question for all agencies is placement of vital lifelines, that's gas, water, sewage, and telephone and power, in the same underground corridor. If one line ruptures, the adjacent lines can fail too. You could lose your water supply to fight the fire caused by the gas main explosion. So if I could just hear a quick response from anyone or all of you about the lifeline, gas, water, and sewage, telephone, and power in one conduit, and the potential problems. Would you want to do it, Chief?
Deputy Fire Chief Jimmy Hill. As far as the placement of the pipelines, the fire department does not regulate how those are placed except on private property. Probably one of the other agencies that are here may have a little more insight, and I'd like to kind of defer that one to them.
Very good. And the State Fire Marshal, would you please answer this question? And thanks for coming. The pre-World War II pipelines with non-electric arc welding joints increased risk of failure at the joints compared to newer post-World War II pipelines welded better. Question for you is what about that, and what does this all mean? And is the age of the flammable pipeline infrastructure?
Yes, well, after the 1994 Northeast earthquake, we had a Four Corners pipe.
Just pull it.
Oh,
the whole thing. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we had one of our crude oil pipelines rupture in several places. It was a 1929 era crude oil system's out of place now. But what we did after that incident was do a survey of all our hazardous liquid pipeline operators, determine what operators had oxyacetylene welded pipelines, and then worked with them to remove those from the system. Today, there's very few that we know of still in existence.
What is the age of the flammable pipeline infrastructure?
It varies from the 40s to current day. I don't have. We have just started collecting age data, but I don't have mean age available for you.
This is a question for the State Fire Marshal and the CPUC and gas company. Okay? Need to replace manual shut-off valves with automatic shut-off devices on large pipelines, and the need for homeowners to have wrenches by their meter. Could we start with that with the gas company? Introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Doug Schneider. I'm the Pipeline Integrity Manager for Southern California Gas. Our infrastructure runs through the city and to all our customers, which includes homes and businesses. And I think your question was about wrenches near meters. So we strongly encourage earthquake preparedness. And in the event of an earthquake and you smell gas, you should be evacuating, getting to a safe area. And if you can turn off your meter, you should do so.
And for you, since these are your pipes, correct? Do you maintain them? Do you check them all the time? What is the status of the infrastructure under our city?
We have a program where we maintain all our infrastructure, and we perform leak surveys, we perform patrols, and then specifically on the transmission lines, we do additional inspections and surveys on those, and we are under the jurisdictions of the California Public Utilities Commission in performing all of those activities.
Anecdotally, some of my constituents in Playa del Rey have said to me since I've been in office that you have a gas storage system there. The question, of course, they ask is what if, that they would be blown to smithereens in a situation like that. Tell us about the supplies you have in different locations. And we all know that earthquakes and slides can impact it. We all know that corrosion of old pipes can also cause it. And we also know that some of the designs of some of these systems could cause problems going forward. But give us some comfort, if you can, and if you can't, just tell us the facts about your storages and its impact and the status of your pipes.
Well, the pipelines that are inside our storage fields are pipelines just like our pipelines that are in other aspects of our system, and we perform the same leak surveys, patrols, and inspections on those lines that we do on all our lines. We don't want to have a failure on any pipeline in our system, and you know, the number one thing for the industry of causes of failure is third-party dig-ins. And so we have an aggressive program to try to educate the public using the 811 number, call before you dig at least 2 days before. And, you know, we want to communicate with the public those safety messages.
As CPUC, could you comment on the overall state strategy, your mission, your responsibility, and how you relate to LA City?
Sure. Is this on?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay. My name is Rafi Stepanian. I'm the program manager for the Utility Safety and Reliability branch at the California Public Utilities Commission. Our responsibility is to enforce the federal pipeline safety requirements, which we have incorporated by reference into our general orders at the Commission. And as part of that responsibility, we go out and audit the gas company, all gas companies in California, including Southern California Gas Company. There are a lot of requirements in the federal pipeline safety regulations on leak surveys, valve maintenance, cathodic protection of pipelines, and as part of our audits, we look at every aspect of the gas company's operations. We look at the records, we go out to the field and do random checks on their systems, and we also investigate accidents that are reportable to us. And it's a big responsibility, and we, I think, as far as we are concerned, the gas company is doing a great job.
Lessons learned from San Bruno. What have we understood that to mean, and how do we learn a lesson out of that so it doesn't happen here?
It's kind of premature to talk about that. And the reason for that is the National Transportation Safety Board, along with a team of investigators, including a representative from my agency, are working on the investigation. And at this time, the findings of the investigation are not public. And the exact cause of failure is also not known. So based on that, it's kind of hard to start taking action to prevent this kind of accident without really knowing what happened. What we have done in that case is we have asked PG&E to reduce the pressure on that specific line, line 132, the 30-inch transmission line, by 20%. And that, we believe, at this time is an immediate thing to do. But once all the lab tests and the NTSB report and our report comes out, then there will be more specific things we can do to prevent this kind of accident throughout California, or the country for that matter.
State Fire Marshal, would you reflect on that question as well?
Well, I mean, we're obviously, PUC regulates natural gas pipelines. We regulate the hazardous liquid pipelines. I can't comment on the San Bruno incident. Our agency is not involved with that.
Thank you. And the Harbor Department, is it here, or BOE?
Bureau of Engineering.
Pardon me?
Bureau of Engineering.
Okay. Could you make some general comments about your reflective comments on San Bruno, the status of our pipe infrastructure in the area, and what we could learn from that, or what we should be doing now so that, God forbid, something like that would happen here?
Well, good morning. Mike Cantor, Deputy City Engineer with the Bureau of Engineering. My comments are more related to how we handle utilities as far as the role of the Department of Public Works and the Bureau of Engineering. We issue permits for the construction of any large utilities that are within the public right-of-way. So, what we do is we will make sure, based on the records provided by the utilities, we keep track of where they are, and we make sure that they are installed properly so that, once their safety is related to the construction activity, so that where they are located is proper, and that the public street is maintained in a safe way. So our role is not related to the operation of the utility itself. It's just installing the utility in the public street.
Appreciate that. And there's a lot of colleagues here with questions. Obviously, Ms. Hahn is concerned with the harbor and what that should be. And I have a series of other questions, but Mr. President, I thought I should do whatever you want to do next, which could be the public or my colleagues.
We do have two. Why don't we take the two public comment cards on this, then we'll go to you, Ms. Hahn. Dr. Clyde Williams is next, and then John Walsh will follow Dr. Williams.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. What do I know about fire and gas? Well, I was at the Ross Dress for Less store when some gas blew up, put 25 people in the hospital. Risk realized. That was from not Southern California Gas Company's gas, but from the oil company's gas. So there's a lot of other pipelines running around, poorly abandoned wells and such. However, the Southern California Gas Company doesn't have a very good reputation in Montebello, because I was part of a CPUC study that reviewed the Montebello operations, and they had bought a few houses because they were leaking gas. Same way in Playa del Rey, the Playa del Rey field, and the pipelines, and the infrastructure for it, all indicate lack of due diligence. Right here, at this very point, we had problem with water pipes bursting. Why did they burst? Well, it's because they're old. What was the replacement schedule for the water pipes? 290 or 300 years. What's the replacement schedule for gas pipes? Say anything over 8 inches. So it's a question as to, are we operating and maintaining our facilities? Is there a credible requirement to actually replace the pipes that are World War II or before? The water company has riveted steel pipe for the water. However, what does Southern California Gas Company have? We don't know. And it should be well known, and like corrosion, should be documented. Thank you.
Thank you. John Walsh is our next speaker.
John Walsh, blogging at Hollywood Highlands, HIGHLANDS.org, twittering at Hollywood Dems, DEMS. I want to thank you. Northern California is supposed to be politically correct. They're supposed to be the socialist people up here. You know what? We have socialist power. All power to socialism. We have the DWP, and as bad as it isn't PG&E. It isn't for profit. That's why they burned up here, and we didn't burn down here, and don't ever forget it. Now, as you know, I go back to this Revolutionary War, the Murphys. So I call myself a Tea Party Marxist-Leninist, okay? You did a very good job. You kept the fire. The gas company did a good job because we keep an eye on them. And all those people in San Francisco, too bad. Too bad. It doesn't happen down here. 1 minute.
Thank you. That will close our public comment. Ms. Hahn is our next speaker on the council queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'm glad we have an opportunity to have all the right people in the room today to talk about this problem. Certainly what happened up in San Bruno highlighted the fact. And I've always been aware, particularly in the 15th Council District, that there is an inordinate amount of pipelines running underneath residential industrial areas. What I want to know is, do we, and I'm not really even sure, I guess, is DOT at the table?
Well, you know,
Whoever. Here's my questions, and then maybe the right person can answer it. One is, do we have a record of how many pipelines run through the city of Los Angeles, and obviously how many of these are active? I'd also like to know, the problem from Southern California Gas Company is, I've been reading some of the newspaper articles, is they've been hesitant to give out locations of some of these pipelines for, quote, security purposes. But what we heard up in San Bruno was even some of the first responders, the fire personnel, did not exactly know where some of these locations were and felt a little bit hindered in their response. Because they weren't exactly sure where these were, even some calls that might have come in to indicate gas leaking might have been, not handled properly just because there wasn't a knowledge of where these lines were. So do we know where they are? PG&E today apparently released maps and locations of their pipelines. I think we should get the same thing from Southern California Gas Company. How do we get that? Can we get that? Do we depend on them just to reveal that? I think that's important. Again, I think we walk a fine line between security and people having a right to know if their home is located on top of, near a pipeline. I think they have a right to know the condition of that pipeline, the age of that pipeline. That doesn't necessarily indicate that something's going to go wrong, because I think we've got to educate the public in all of this as well on when to report certain things. And I think if you knew you were living on top of a pipeline or near a pipeline, if you did smell gas, you might be more inclined to immediately make that kind of call. So I'd like to know, if we know where they are, how do we get the list from Southern California Gas on where these lines are? The other thing I was going to ask, do all of our pipelines have manual shutoff valves? And do we have any automatic or remotely controlled shutoff valves? And what would be our process in converting our pipelines to automatic shutoff in the case of an emergency? And then when we approve franchises, that goes through DOT, right? When we approve new franchises, which actually we're doing today on one of the items, this is a franchise in Wilmington. What's our conditions? What do we require? Is there something that we should now be updating, requiring in light of what happened in San Bruno to these franchises? It's a lot of questions. The right person should answer them.
Yeah, go ahead, and then I'll...
Okay.
One other thing is, I also noticed up in Northern California, they also set up a hotline. Is that something we ought to look at doing in Los Angeles, setting up a hotline for people to call in when they have questions or concerns?
Okay. Doug Schneider, Southern California Gas. The pipelines, the transmission pipelines, are available on the National Pipeline Mapping System, and that is available to the public. There's a public viewer, and as part of our public awareness program to all our customers, we provide that information and actually specify, that position is, or that website is available. In response to San Bruno,
let me ask that, because in the paper today, one of your representatives was quoted as saying, we don't give information due to the exact locations. She said, we've always provided database information, but the database doesn't have really specific information due to security purposes in terms of location.
No, we provide the maps.
Okay.
When you start zooming in on the National Pipeline Mapping System, you only can get down so far. So that's kind of a gray area, if you will, of providing the location to the exact location. But I think it does provide sufficient detail for people to know that there is a transmission line near their home. You mentioned smelling gas. Again, there's a lot of, you have a service line coming up to your house. If you smell the gas, you should take the appropriate action. Now, in response to San Bruno, though, we've realized that going to the National Pipeline Mapping System is cumbersome, and that website doesn't work quite as well. So we're working diligently right now to make that same information available on our own SoCal Gas website, so customers can go there and see where those facilities are. And in addition, we feel that the entire high-pressure system, we want people to know where the high-pressure system is. So we're trying to make more information available about that.
How often do you inspect your pipelines?
Well, there's
And what do you inspect them for?
There's numerous different inspections. We patrol the pipelines to look for right-of-way encroachment and people that have come in. We look for where possibly somebody has dug into our pipeline and any signs of that where we weren't out providing surveillance. We also provide leak surveys. We do surveys on our cathodic protection systems for our steel lines to make sure that we are minimizing and preventing corrosion of our steel pipelines. So those surveys go on continuously.
Do you have a maintenance schedule? And
yes.
Are you replacing pipes in a certain formula, or the oldest, or depending on where their location is, the highest risk?
For replacements, I'll talk about transmission lines because that seems to be the focus. We go out and we perform additional assessments in response to the Pipeline Safety Improvement Act of 2002. And that data from those assessments tell us where to go and excavate the pipeline and where we may have conditions that need to be remedied. And so the pipeline infrastructure, there's a lot of good steel in the ground. The way we maintain it and operate it gives it a very long life, but there are localized areas that could have problems, and that's what our pipeline integrity program looks for, is to find those locations and then remediate those situations.
What would indicate that there's a problem?
Well, if we perform an inline inspection, that's a tool running through the pipeline. It actually measures the wall thickness, and where we have wall loss, that will indicate that we need to go out and take a look. The other thing that we do is we perform above-ground surveys that tell us where we have coating damage or other types of damage on the line, and then we'll excavate in those locations and actually directly look at the pipeline.
Now, does our fire department work with you regularly? Does our fire department know where all the high-risk pipelines are, transmission lines? Do you have a relationship with our fire department in the city of Los Angeles?
Yes, you're probably better for that.
Chief Hill, yes, we do have a relationship with Southern California Gas. As a matter of fact, they participate actively in our affairs, and just recently there was a tabletop that involved them. So there's training, ongoing training, collaborative effort in terms of maintaining safety. We do know where we do have, and we carry on the squads, certain pipelines. We don't have them all, but we do have a great deal of them. But we are active in this area in what is called a one-call system. And that enables us to get information about any pipeline or any incident that may occur here in the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you. And I know my time's way over, but I know the Harbor Department is here if they would like to come to the table, at least talk a little bit about our efforts in the harbor in terms of how it relates to this issue. But I'm over.
Thank you. You are. Mr. Labange is our next speaker.
Speak, I think the Harbor Department should make a little presentation like Ms. Hahn suggested, then I'll speak.
Okay. And then we'll hold Mr. You can we have the front row reserved here, so we'll just move over there and we'll bring the Harbor Department forward. Well, good
Good morning. Let me introduce myself. My name is Captain John Holmes, and I'm the Director of Operations at the Harbor. And on my right, I have Mike Galvin, our Director of Real Estate, and on our left, I have Assistant Chief Don Austin, who is on our Homeland Security staff. And Councilwoman, as you know, this is one of the things that we did to improve Homeland Security in the Harbor, was to have somebody from the fire department on our staff to work on issues just exactly like this. One of the first things to respond to one of your previous questions is the Harbor Department recently put in a GIS mapping system. So on harbor property, all of our underground infrastructure is available on a GIS mapping system, and that system is a combined public safety and homeland security system. It also helps us with our construction and maintenance department to know where things are when we're sending people out to fix things and to do jobs. And I think probably the best thing for me to do with respect to the issue of pipelines and storage in the harbor is to have Mike give you a little bit of an overview of what we have. In the actual harbor property, we don't have any storage of gas, but we do have some short-term storage of petroleum products. And as you know, in CD15, there is a number of refineries, and so there is a great deal of liquid storage, and there is one storage facility that stores gas as well. But Mike, I'll let you speak to that.
Good morning. Generally, the pipelines on our property do one of two things. They're either servicing the terminals that we have. We have 6 liquid bulk terminals at the port, or they are transversing the property coming from different areas, whether they be the Port of Long Beach or the refineries. We issue permits at the Harbor Department similar to what BOE does, basically to demonstrate where the line is located. The permit requires that we understand exactly where it is, when it's relocated, where it's placed, and also requires adherence to local regulation through the California State Fire Marshal or through California State Lands, depending on where the pipeline is. So things that are right on the water are California State Lands Commission. Things that are off the water become the California State Fire Marshal. So generally, that's what our role is to issue the permits, make sure we know where the pipelines are, make sure we know when they're relocated, and make sure that the regulations are adhered to.
And if there's any public risk, are you confident that the public who may be close to harbor property is well aware of the pipelines that are running through that property?
For the most part, our pipelines are located in industrial areas in and around the harbor. Once they leave the property, they're not under our jurisdiction, so they're not located close by to the community.
The problem is some of our communities are in an industrial area. That's been a lot of the problem, particularly in Wilmington. The line between harbor property and residential is sometimes very blurred.
I think, Councilwoman, I think you're right. You know, we call ourselves a port community, as you know, and we are certainly concerned about, you know, where these lines are once they... It's very easy to say that they've left our property, so we don't have anything to do with that. But, you know, we've done all the mapping on our property, and we certainly... one of the reasons we have Chief Austin on staff is to work community issues like that. And if this is one of your concerns, it's something certainly we could work with you on, because there probably are people who are at least adjacent to or close by underground pipelines.
Right. I mean, I think this is an issue, as Tom LaBonge would say, information is knowledge is power. I think for a long time we've tried to, again, for security purposes or whatever, sort of not reveal where some of these run. But I think the public has a right to know where they are, how close they are. Of course, another issue which I introduced that sort of goes along with this is the above-ground storage, particularly industries like AmeriGas that are right close to schools, soccer fields. They carry that refineries product of propane and butane, and I don't like those close to the public. Unfortunately, once they've been located, we now have a very difficult time removing them. I had called on the Harbor Department to try to find a location for that, either on Pier 400 or Terminal Island. That has not seemed to work out. But I think we really have to begin to aggressively move these kinds of uses out of residential neighborhoods. I don't think they belong there. And I think we live every day sort of in denial that anything's going to ever happen. And I think what happened in San Bruno says it can and will happen. And we hope our first responders are prepared and ready to respond, but it would really be in our best interest, I think, to not have some of these uses located so close to the public. So I'm still going to work on relocating that property and finding a way to move that out of San Pedro. I think that's it's a dangerous location. So anyway, thank you for your responses here today. I think we need to do a better job of educating the public as we go forward to be our partners in helping identify any sort of potential risk, any leaks, any strange smells. I think that's what we really need to do as we move forward.
And Councilwoman, as you know, we do a lot of work with the CERT program and other programs, community outreach.
Right.
And this is one of those things where, Chief Austin and we could work with, we have a great relationship with the fire department.
It's a great idea.
We have the best fire department in the country. And, this idea of public outreach is something that the Port has always supported, both, with personnel and finances, and we would continue to do so. For us, our relationship, as you know, with the people in the community is, that's very important to us, and we want to continue to make sure that the people feel safe in and around the Port.
Right. And this is another affirmation that we need to fully fund and staff our hazmat operations within the fire department, particularly in the harbor area. Again, if we were to see a map of all the pipelines, I think there's an inordinate amount down in the harbor area. That hazmat unit must be fully staffed, fully operational, 24/7. I appreciate the Port's willingness to look at a way to keep that operational, because if something were to happen, it probably will have something to do with the Port.
And we are working with the fire department now to make sure that they get all of the funding that they need.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Labange?
Just to thank you, Ms. Hahn, for having the harbor department here and all that work. San City, and was that 1976 or 75?
December 17th, 1976.
Yeah, and was that an on-ship explosion, or was it pipeline to the ship, or what?
It was actually, they were taking on bunkering fuel, and vents were open, and the vapors were escaping out of the fuel hole, and found a source of ignition and exploded.
All these things could happen again. Also, we know an earthquake. I want to mention Hal Burnson, who was your mentor, Greg, as you've championed this issue so many times of issues of safety and awareness and things of this nature here. These things can happen again. It's how we prevent them. And I think what Ms. Hahn says is important, to be knowledgeable. I know there was a terrible tragedy in San Bernardino County where a runaway Santa Fe train went into what is the main line of gasoline fuel to Las Vegas. And they don't truck gas to Las Vegas, they have a pipeline. All these things we're not aware of, but yet we should be aware of to the extent of what security is. I want to ask Water and Power to come to the table, because Water and Power is very active throughout. Marty Adams, if you want to just come real quick. Right now, throughout the city, they're building the river supply conduit. And just give us an example of what you're doing 3 stories into the street as you build. This is a system here. This happens to be a map that shows exactly, members, where they're actually doing. How do you know where the lines are, where they aren't? Give us a little review.
Thank you for the question. Marty Adams, Director of Water Operations. We have, as you know, a major reconstruction of our trunk lines going on throughout the city, as well as in Griffith Park, where we have the 96-inch line going in that you have the photo of there. With pipeline construction, one of the most critical things is that you get proper infrastructure identification. So when you call USA Dig, as the other agencies alluded to, that the infrastructure is marked, and then when construction actually occurs, we actually go in and pothole and make sure that we physically locate it, because the markings are not always 100% correct. So we take great pains to make sure that we know exactly what we're getting into before we dig, and if there's questions, then we hand dig around that, because we don't want to endanger our crews or the public.
Right, and when I think Mr. Rosendahl mentioned that Bagley, I think I was in council in that day with Zeb's district at the time, a tractor hit a line on this here. What happens if you do hit something? How quick is it, how much, I think Ms. Hahn, asked the question about turnoff valves, or what portion?
Well, Well, in the water system, most of the valves are manually operated. There are some that are remotely electrically operated, but they wouldn't necessarily operate to shut off in a leak because there are other issues with shutting off water supply. If we did go to a negative pressure, then we have potential health issues.
What happens if there's a gas line and you're in water? Is water a stronger chemical than gas?
Well, water would typically rise to the surface, so it would take the gas with it if they broke in the same
It would
hole.
nullify the gas for the moment.
Right, but ideally the lines are built so that they withstand another line nearby breaking, and they're properly backfilled so that they wouldn't be disrupted. You might have some undermining of the backfill, but most of the cases we find that the one utility maybe holds up, but you have to recompact
I
around the
just
line
have a friendly
afterwards.
amendment here to this report, Mr. Rosendahl, if you accept the friendly amendment. And Ms. Hahn, your idea that I thought of, that in the billing, we have a little, sometimes an information sheet that comes in there, a small little information sheet. Maybe you could add one about pipeline safety. Southern California Gas should do the same. It's that information that you give, and so that people know what to do if they do smell something and immediately act upon it. Thank you for bringing water to Los Angeles.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Zine is our next speaker, then Mr. Smith, Ms. Hahn for a second time, and Mr. Rosendahl for a second time. Mr. Zine.
Thank you. If we can have the public safety representatives, fire department, CAL FIRE, the issue of public notification. Obviously, San Bruno tragedy impacted a huge community with devastating consequences. We've had, as Mr. Rosendahl has stated, smaller situations here in the city. The relationship between CAL FIRE and LA City Fire for notification, resources, etc. Can you please explain that?
Well, I'm Bob Gorman, the Pipeline Division Chief, Fire Marshal, CAL FIRE. We regulate 6,500 miles of hazardous liquid pipelines in the state. We have our own geographic information system. Everything is entirely mapped. We have age data, location, specifics on each one of our 750 pipelines in the state. Each of our operators are required to meet with the fire department once a year, go over emergency contingency plans, provide suitable maps so they know where the maps are at. So we have a pretty good, close working relationship with all the fire departments.
And then the fire department maintains an inspection in coordination with the gas company, independent or in coordination with, or wait till something happens?
Well, our agency is responsible for the safety of the pipelines through our agreement with federal DOT. And my agency specifically is hazardous liquid pipelines. So we have inspectors that are looking at the design, construction, operation, maintenance, basically from when they're constructed till when they're out of service. So that's our responsibility.
Statewide?
Statewide.
So all the gas lines that we have...
Gas lines, natural gas lines.
Natural gas lines.
Those are the Public Utilities Commission responsibility.
So the lines that you're responsible for?
Are gasoline, jet fuel, crude oil, just hazardous liquid.
Hazardous liquid.
Yeah.
But as far as, which is another issue that, thank God we haven't had a situation with that, but that could also occur. So that's CAL FIRE's responsibility.
Yes.
The Public Utility Alliance, we know we've had water line breakage here in the city of Los Angeles where, in one instance, a fire truck fell in because of the erosion of the street. When it comes to the inspection, you're a state agency. When it comes to the inspection of the public utility, the gas lines from Southern California Gas or PG&E, I know Southern California Gas services Riverside County. Is there a state agency that has on hands, or is it all relied upon by Southern California Gas?
My name is Rafi Stepanian. My agency, the California Public Utilities Commission, regulates the gas companies.
You regulate, but who does the inspections?
There are two types of inspections. They do their own pipeline inspections like leak surveys, cathodic protection, valves, all of that, and we audit them, and we conduct random inspections of their system to ensure that they're doing their own inspections and also that they're complying with the requirements.
And you do that statewide?
Yes.
Now, how many folks do you have doing that?
I have about 10 people in my gas section, and they do the entire state. 5 of them are in Northern California and 5 in Southern California.
So you're a state agency?
Yes, we are.
And state agencies have had financial problems?
Yes.
How many people did you have before the financial problems hit?
Our agency, the Public Utilities Commission, is a specially funded agency, so we were not affected by the furloughs or any of the other problems that other state agencies have been affected with. But at the same time, even though we are a special funded agency, we still take measures to reduce our costs, like, for example, traveling and things like that. So we've been hit with the financial crisis also, but not to the extent of other state agencies.
But do you have enough resources to actually make sure those audits are done properly to safeguard the public?
At this point, we do, yes.
Okay, and Chief, from the fire department, the fire department inspection, or is it relied upon gas company do the inspection to make sure that it's working properly, and then obviously a situation takes place, then you respond to the incident? Is there any coordination and inspection within the city boundaries?
And then Mr. Smith will be, and your time is up, Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you can just respond to that, the Southern California gas, the gas lines, natural gas throughout the region, also in Northridge, I know the canyons are areas where they store that whole complex to make sure it's safe for the city.
When it comes as a service provider, Southern California Gas does all the installation and the maintenance on their lines. The fire department is rarely involved in that except on the emergency circumstances. We do keep liaison with them, and we participate in training whenever it's available. And they are part of our EOC cadre. So there's a liaison with those two officers consistently. But during emergency conditions, we depend on them to come out and to take charge and to shut down a line because they have the requisite equipment. However, the fire department is prepared. We can do our own analysis. We have explosive meters where we can determine the relationship of gasoline in terms of parts per million, and we have them as a backup resource on those particular.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, and certainly I appreciate Mr. LeBlanc talking about the Northridge earthquake. What happened in San Bruno was certainly a different situation, and that was a failure of a line of a system that the question will be asked, could have been prevented, and that's yet to be determined. What happened in Northridge was certainly something different. That was an earthquake that we can't prevent, but as citizens and as institutions, we can work to insulate ourselves. I have on my home a earthquake shutoff valve, which the gas company has fought for years. We had a bill in the legislature to mandate it, and the gas company went to Sacramento and said, don't pass this law. We don't like it. It's unfortunate, but in Northridge we had 1,700 fires caused by ruptures in gas lines, which the gas company totally ignores to this day, but that was the after-action report of the LA Fire Department. So to citizens that are listening, one thing you can do is you can get a permit from the gas company. They will give you that to install a gas shutoff valve in your home. They run about $400, so that when the next earthquake comes, you can't prevent what happened on Balboa Boulevard, but you can prevent your own gas line from rupturing, and they're only about $400. They cut off automatically. You can reset it. If there's a leak in the system, it turns itself right back off, and you know you don't turn it on again. I suggest everybody do that. As far as the main valve breakage in Northridge and Balboa, I happen to live a block and a half from that. I was on scene when our fire department was trying to put out the fires that were started in the 5 homes on Balboa by that explosion. They had no water pressure because the water mains blew up as well with that, and the co-location is certainly an important issue for us, and I think we should consider that in future development. Co-location next to major mains is not necessarily a good idea. It's an open pit, it's easier for the departments to install, but it may put your other systems at risk. The 5 homes that we lost in Northridge were lost because there was no water pressure, and we literally stood there, and I stood there with our great firefighters, ran a bucket brigade from the water that was rushing down the streets from the curbs, picked up buckets and threw it on the homes because that's the only thing we had. We had no water pressure. And they did a great job trying to save those homes, but we were fighting elements we couldn't fight. So I think from the infrastructure point of view, we need to be very cognizant where those situations exist to be ready for that kind of situation in the future. We will have another Northridge earthquake. Make no mistake, it is coming again. I can't give you the date, but it will happen. And to be prepared, we should make sure our infrastructure is hardened as much as possible. And for citizens, you must do it in your home. Have that gas shutoff valve. If you can't afford a $400 system, have the valve there at least so you know how to shut your own gas off. And make sure your homes are strapped properly. Have your interior strapped properly. We've talked about earthquake many times, and we're going to do another drill this year. I know the council is going to have a drill because most council members don't know what your rights and responsibilities are in a declared earthquake type emergency. So we're going to do that very shortly. The president is working on that date, and we'll have this council prepared. But EMD is doing a great job, and I think we just need to harden the infrastructure and be very cognizant of where we place those pipes in the future. We can't go back and dig up the streets and move Water and Power's pipes. But on future development, Water and Power, you need to be saying, we don't want to co-locate next to that gas main. It's not in our best interest, and I would hope you would do that in the future.
Thank you. A point of clarification, Mr. Cardenas?
Councilmember Smith, you meant a Northridge-like earthquake, not that there will be another earthquake in Northridge, right?
I can't guarantee that either. I can only guarantee there's going to be a significant event.
There you go.
It may be in your house, it may be back in Northridge, it could very well be down in the harbor. It is coming, I can't tell you where, but yeah, it's not Northridge located.
Okay.
Thank you. We have 2 more speakers for the first time and 3 more on the second time. Just to remind folks of the time that we have and the other items that are before us that need some action today. But Mr. Koretz and Mr. Krikorian for the first time.
Can you take my name off? I just wanted to make sure. It was a Northridge earthquake, or was it really in Reseda?
Reseda.
Okay, good.
Thank you for the point of clarification, Mr. Labange. Mr. Koretz and Mr. Krikorian. 20% reduction in our speaker queue already. Mr. Koretz.
Yeah, just one question. I represent a district that obviously has a lot of hills and canyons and limited access, in some cases only one way in or out. Have we looked at those kinds of circumstances where there is limited ability to get out and planned for this kind of potential incident?
Jimmy Hill, Fire Department. Yes, we have evacuation plans on the Fire Department for almost all emergencies, and that includes the best access routes for the residents and for fire companies. But as well, we also identify safe refuge areas so that people in the area can go to a facility where they will have some comfort, they will be out of harm's way in the incident, so we're prepared for whatever emergency occurs in those neighborhoods.
And have we taken a look with an eye towards underground pipelines and how we would respond to this kind of an incident in particular?
Yes, good morning. Anna Burton with the city's Emergency Management Department. We do have a number of direct emergency plans that are related to all types of hazards. So working directly with the fire department, they do have very specific evacuation plans for a number of the canyons, but those are most likely directed towards brush fires. Our evacuation plans, other than brush fires, are not specific to one hazard. So in direct answer, no, not an evacuation plan specific to those underground pipelines.
Should we be taking a look at where those are located in places where there may be only one way in or out and that way may be blocked to try and brainstorm how we'd respond to those specific incidents?
Councilman, we can go back and take a look at that and see if there's things that we need to amend with our plans in those particular areas, and we just review them. If there's better access or better routes, we'll incorporate that into our design and for our evacuation plan.
Great. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think most of my questions have been answered, but just to follow up on Mr. Koretz's point about contingency planning, I know that all of our departments try to learn from experience, both our experience and other people's experiences. Now that we've had this significant incident in Northern California, I think that some of the evacuation contingency plans that we have in place, because they're designed to address brush fire and similar kinds of instances, those are situations that we know are coming. We know what direction it's coming from and so on, and we can plan. The big difference here is that this is a spontaneous occurrence that affects a very widespread area, and it might require a different kind of contingency for evacuating an area, particularly a geographically segregated, isolated area like are the case in my district or in Ms. Hahn's district, Mr. Koretz's district, and so on. So, I would appreciate having the opportunity to have you look at that further and perhaps give us an update on whether it's appropriate to have additional evacuation contingency for this kind of a mass event. And then just to follow up on Mr. Smith's point about when we have pipeline systems that are built together, that does create potential increased risk in the event of an earthquake and so on, of loss of water supply. What redundancy is built into the system, or what particular response plans does the fire department have to deal with that situation when you have significant loss of water supply in the event of an earthquake or so on, at the very same time and at the very same place that you have very significant exposure to fire risk because of gas leakage?
Let me take this opportunity to speak to the issue of our water systems. The majority of the systems that we have in the city of Los Angeles, they're part of kind of what we call a loop system. And if there is a disruption, what we would do is we always can get Department of Water and Power to come out and to redirect or augment a particular main system, open up a valve, close a valve, and it will raise the pressure and the volume in a particular area. As well, for the fire department itself, one of our emergency tactics that we practice is caravanning water, because there are many times we fight fires in remote areas where there's no water supply, and we train to that as a contingency so that we know how much hose line we can lay. That's what we call an improvised main, and we can do that and supply ourselves with sufficient amount of water in most instances.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn for a second time, and then Mr. Rosendahl for a second time.
I know, you'd think after 15 minutes I would have had all my questions answered. A couple things that I'll ask too. One is from the PUC, how often are these public utilities required to do inspections? And is it in your jurisdiction to change that or up that in light of what happened? Is that within your purview to say maybe we now should have, once a month inspections or whatever? I don't even know what they're required to do right now.
Sure. For transmission lines, which is the type of line that failed in San Bruno, the requirement is they have to patrol the line twice a year, which means that they basically walk the line and look for unusual conditions, which is not very significant.
No.
The other is a leak survey that is required to be done once a year. A leak survey is something where they would use leak detection equipment and just walk the line. You've probably seen the gas company do that in the street. And basically what they're checking for is gas leaks. And then apart from that, there are all kinds of requirements related to cathodic protection and valve maintenance and regulatory stations. But another requirement that exists is the integrity management requirement, which requires the gas company to take a look at all their pipelines in high consequence areas and look at all the risks that are associated with them and prioritize them and replace them. And so those are the types of requirements that exist. In terms of your other question, where do these requirements come from and whether we have the ability to change them, these requirements come from the federal pipeline safety regulations, which are in CFR 49, Part 192. Now, we have to enforce these requirements. Those are the minimum requirements in the whole country. But we can have requirements that are more stringent than that. The state can have requirements that are, for example, if we wanted the gas company to do leak surveys once a month, we can do that. Now, all of these regulations...
How does that happen?
We have very few requirements that are more stringent than the federal requirements. And the reason for that is...
But if we in the state wanted to, how would we do that?
We can do that. All we need to do
legislation?
The California Public Utilities Commission would change their general order to add those requirements.
And do we know, so we know that the line in San Bruno that erupted had been under these annual inspections.
Yes,
and do we know the last time that line had been inspected, either visually or...
Yes, we do. We looked at all, as part of the NTSB investigation, we looked at all of these records.
Right, and was it, when was the last time it was...
I'm not supposed to talk about these details, but the NTSB report and our report will have all of that.
And we're still trying to find out exactly what happened. So, and again, back to, I think I'm encouraging the Harbor Department, I'm encouraging the Fire Department, the Police Department to reach out to CERTs, to neighborhood councils, to really maybe have a full education, affront, really, to these neighborhood groups to kind of understand the process, understand what to do in the event of emergency. I love it that the Harbor Department, under Chief Rapoli, put together a full emergency response program. In terms of earthquakes, we looked at creating a tsunami zone, which we did in the harbor area, because that evacuation is very different than an evacuation for something else. It's about getting higher ground, which we have now in the harbor area. I want to ask DOT, who didn't get to answer before, I think the public wants to know, how do we in the city go about giving a franchise, a pipeline franchise? What are the requirements? What do we look at? And then, as a city, are we really, and I know it's the law, but do we have any other means of inspections or regulations other than PUC? Does the city, once we authorize a franchise, what do we have within our authority to make sure that the inspections are taking place, to make sure that they are not violating any regulations? Do we have fines? Do we have anything within our authority to do to make sure that there is transparency, there's accountability in these pipeline franchises? What does someone have to do to go through the process to get a pipeline franchise within the city limits of Los Angeles?
Good morning, Farhad Zaltash from Department of Transportation. I handle the pipeline franchise function for the city. Up to this point, the DOT's responsibility has been that all the pipeline companies that use city's jurisdictions have a current franchise agreement with the city. As part of that process, we make sure that these companies have adequate insurance and performance bonds, that in case of the unfortunate accident that happened in Northern California, city will be covered for liability issues. We have stringent requirements for these companies to get a franchise agreement with the city. There are a number of items that we require them to provide to us. They have to give us engineering drawings that shows all of their pipeline facilities in the city. They have to give us their maintenance records of their maintenance program, as well as the company's individual emergency response program in case of an accident that involves their facilities. We also require them to show us that they have adhered to California State Fire Marshal requirements, as well as California Public Utilities Commission requirements. We don't go out there and enforce those rules. We don't have jurisdiction over the safety of the lines, but we make sure that we have records in our files that they have complied with California State Fire Marshal, as well as California Public Utilities.
Now, on the regulating of the regular inspections, how do you know when they've done it? What happens when they don't do it? Do they just get fined and the cure is go out and do it? Do you transmit that information to the local municipality or the local jurisdiction that company missed their annual inspection?
Normally, for minor violations, for example, they missed an inspection by a day or something like that, we would cite them, and by cite I mean we would notify them that they didn't comply with the requirements. Now, if we see a pattern of violations, or if there are accidents resulting from violations, we open something called an OII, Order Instituting Investigation, which results in fines that the utility will have to pay, and that has happened in the past.
And how is the local jurisdiction notified about that?
All of
And
these
then we're going to go to Mr.
proceedings are public proceedings, so anyone can participate, cities and counties and any other local authorities.
You don't feel an obligation to notify the local municipality that that's happening?
Specifically? I believe we have. It's not my department that does that, but we have, within Public Utilities Commission, different departments that do different work, and I'm sure we do that. We work with the local municipalities.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn, for those thorough questions, and thank you all colleagues for your comments and questions. One thing I would like to do is make a motion, colleagues, to ask DOT and Public Works and the fire department to sit down with the gas company. I'd like the gas company to come on up for a moment and get us a comprehensive report back on the status of the pipes in the city of Los Angeles. Viewers can see this as a map that was just presented to me of the pipeline infrastructure throughout our city. And our big question should be, with the gas company, what is the status of the system? How often do you check it? Are there some weak links within the system that need to be looked at? And I'd like to get a report back if there's a clean bill of health, but I would certainly think it's our responsibility to our constituents to ask the gas company to work with our city and give us as much information as possible. Is that something you could do? I know you're private sector, you're not part of my government, but you obviously represent people that are our people. So would you cooperate with us on an investigation that could give us a comprehensive report back?
We are jurisdictional to the CPUC.
Yes.
And, we value our relationship, and so I'd need to know some details on that. But yes, we, of course, would work, and we do work with the
CPUC work with our city's agencies in being able to give us the right insight as to how we should frame this report back so that we can get that comprehensive report back?
I believe so. I think whatever we know about the pipeline system and whatever we can get from the gas company, most of that would be, in terms of aggregate numbers or whatever, that would be public information. So obviously we can share all of that with you.
Okay, and therefore I'd like to make that motion that it report back to the Public Safety Committee, if Mr. Smith would second it, and he has. How much time do we need to do this?
It'll depend on the specifics.
Well, first of all, we want a comprehensive view of our great city. I mean, this to me is the city of Los Angeles in the discussion we're doing here today. And there are 15 of us here around the horseshoe that represent this piece of geography. We need to have a sense that how often do you inspect? What is the status of various pipes? How in the conduit with these other utilities its impact has or doesn't have, that kind of thing. And that report should go to Mr. Smith's committee and give us a better appreciation of it. And if I could, I'd like to see if we can do it within a 30-day period. Could we do that? Mr. Smith, would you support it? Are you ready for a 30-day period to do it?
As a result of the San Bruno incident, the CPUC has scheduled a unplanned audit of us starting October 6th, 4th or 5th, somewhere in there. There's a lot of things going on in my department as a result of San Bruno. So a little bit extra time to get through the CPUC audit and be able to respond.
45 days? Would that work?
Yeah, I mean, the couple of things you mentioned are easy to produce, like how often things are inspected and when were the last inspections and things like that.
And the status of the pipes and all.
Status, right. But the other stuff about which pipes are, near which other facilities underground, that, I mean, even for transmission lines only, that would take probably a long time to produce.
Yeah, we don't have something like that readily available.
So we'll do our best, and if there's additional information needed,
that's perfect.
We can request
Could we do that then in 30 days or 45?
45.
Okay, fine. So that's what the motion is, 45 days, report to the Public Safety Committee so that we get that level. The second thing, emergency preparedness. You heard Mr. Koretz talking about the canyons. I know my Mandeville situation and how we almost had an issue there. I would really like the fire department and you to take a deep breath and look at all of our emergency preparedness strategies in light of San Bruno and give us a report back as to where we are and if there's anything my colleagues and I need to do to support this going forward or add to anything, please do. And if that report could be in 30 days, would that work?
Absolutely. And in fact, our department is currently under reviewing plans so that to ensure that our city's emergency plans are compliant with recent federal guidelines, the
Very
comprehensive...
good. So could you do that in 30 days? Mr. Koretz, I know, brought that issue up, and I'd like to make that as a motion, and you would second it.
Okay, Mr. Koretz seconds. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, and then I just have one more comment.
And
I really...
a little over time.
This opportunity. Gas company, quick question. Why don't you send out a mailing to us all of how we can get an automatic shut-off valve like Mr. Smith just alluded to? Many of us don't know how to turn it on, turn it off, and I think you should put a handbill out saying that this is what you need to do with your gas in your home. Maybe it's the wrench at that local spot where it is, or maybe, as Mr. Smith did, he invested in an automatic shutoff. I want you to promote that. Maybe there's no money in it for you and it costs money, but if a person gets in their bill this kind of a notice that says automatic shutoff is an option, I would like you to work with our constituents, people who pay the gas bill. We all pay your gas bill, in helping us appreciate that, because going forward, I hope Mr. Smith's potential prediction, or we all know earthquakes are everywhere on this earth, for God's sake, and we've been spared since '94, but we need to be more prepared. So I'd like to get a commitment out of you that you will do a public relations campaign to point out how one should get or could get an automatic shutoff valve, and any other strategies to assist the homeowner, an apartment owner, condo owner in dealing with gas.
Rosendahl.
Could you do that?
We are committed to safety, but the request you're making of me is beyond my authority.
So could you give us a report back through the channels here with your people, if it's possible to do a handbill and make that kind of an opportunity available?
I will take that back to the company.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr.
you very
Labange.
much.
Yeah, the friendly amendment that has it in the future months in your bills, both, could you put something to this effect, which you do, I read them, I know from time to time, just to add to that is all. And also, I think one thing too, Mr. Rosendahl, San Bruno did not have the benefit of the water system that the city of Los Angeles has, which effectively provided water resources to those fire departments. That's the same thing we were successful in Griffith Park in 2007 due to the improvement that DWP made in the late 90s at the request of then Council President John Farrell. So water is an important component for any disaster, so I wanted to put a plug in for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas, sorry for the first time, and then Mr. Rosendahl.
Just end debate.
Mr. Cardenas moves to call the question. Is there an objection? Do you want to? You can establish on the record something afterwards. We have to. Is there any objection to calling the question? If there's no objection, then the question is called. So let's go ahead with the motions that have been made. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved. Mr. Rosendahl, do you want to state something for the record real quick related to it?
The record, and it's about the Scattergood project, and I'd like DWP to answer this one. There's a lot of interest about
we actually, I just thought maybe something for the record, but we can't continue debate on it.
okay. I just want to report back on Scattergood.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Appreciate your time here and your answers to those questions. Mr. Reyes, you've asked for which item out of order?
Item 25, please.
25, without objection, if we can take that out of order. And we have some cards first, or?
Please, can I have public comment first?
Okay. Dr. Clyde Williams is our first speaker.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA, also Executive Board member on the LA 32 Neighborhood Council. Solar panels, everybody wants them except when it comes close to their house. However, it's not really that issue. It's not a NIMBY issue. Here's a situation where you have a massive amount of solar panels, not just one, not just on the roof. Oh, they don't want to put them on the roof because then they'd have to trim their trees. Oh, so they put them on the hillside so that it can be seen by everybody. Seen. Well, the state doesn't like the cities to impose restrictions based upon aesthetics. Well, the Bureau, the Department of Building and Safety and the Planning Department says that the houses have to be consistent with their neighborhoods. Well, 80 some odd solar panels of 15 feet by 6 feet are not consistent with the surrounding land uses. Also, they have removed a great deal of native vegetation and grassland from the area. Stormwater will be an issue in a few months. And there's also a matter that with all of the panels up, you cannot get fire access to the edge of Debs Park where there is a large amount of fire fuel. There's also a matter that if you look at the location, the Broadview facility, it does not comply with the brush clearance requirements of the LA Fire Department. Vegetation is a very real aesthetic value. However, it's also a matter that we have, as a community, have to suffer from the removal for the solar panels. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Philip Tate.
Hi, good morning. My name is Philip Tate. I'm with Shepherd Mullen, representing Broadview, Inc., which is a nonprofit nursing facility that services mostly seniors in Councilman Reyes' district. To give you some background, the city first became aware of this project when Broadview submitted its application for building permits on February 9th. Los Angeles Fire Department completed its review and signed off on the permits on March 30th. Planning, Sanitation's Watershed Protection Division, and Building and Safety also signed off, and the permits were issued on April 14th. We're now 7 months after we submitted our application, 5 months after we received our building permits. Construction's underway. We've spent over $1 million on this project to date. State code, Government Code Section 585.0.5 states that a permit for a solar system can only be denied when there is a specific adverse impact upon public health or safety. Further, under California common law, a property owner acquires vested rights to a building permit once acquiring that permit and performing substantial work and incurring substantial liabilities in good faith reliance on the permit. We've met that test. We have vested rights under these permits. While I respect what Councilman Reyes is seeking to accomplish, I don't think it's fair to penalize my client who has done everything right. We followed the city's processes. We've obtained the necessary permits. We made an investment in clean, green power and reliance on those permits, and we have even gone beyond the minimum by attending community meetings and setting up a website to help answer questions. While I understand the desire to study things further, the delays will have real financial impacts. We risk losing rebates and tax credits that are funding these projects. We also incur the additional construction costs of demobilizing and mobilizing the construction crews and equipment. The city has a process for dealing with this under LA MC 1226. I would suggest using the established process rather than impinging our due process rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Fisher is next.
I'm the executive director for Broadview at 4570 Griffin Avenue. Broadview has been a Christian Science nursing facility for 63 years at our current location. We're nonprofit, we're accredited, and we're certified by Medicare as a provider. I think most of our neighbors in those 63 years would have considered we've had a beneficial effect on the neighborhood. If hikers from Debs Park get off track, we give them water and directions. When school students have needed a community service project, we've welcomed them. We support local businesses, and some of our employees even live on Griffin Avenue. We've met with representatives of the Neighborhood Council, Montecito Heights Improvement Association, and Mount Washington Association so far. And as Mr. Tate said, we set up a website at broadviewsolar.org. We think this solar project will benefit the community in a number of ways. First, by removing 6,400 tons of CO2 from the atmosphere during the next 25 years, because we'll generate 93% of our electrical needs. During peak demand times in the summer, when there's the greatest likelihood of blackouts, we'll be at peak generation and help avoid our neighborhood's loss of electrical power. This project, along with the Audubon Center's green building, really put Montecito Heights in the front and on the cutting edge of the city's conversion to renewable energy. Of course, this is just one of many steps that need to be taken. The need for action now to reduce our dependency on fossil fuels is comparable in some respects to the urgency our city faced in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. In 1943, an episode of smog cut visibility to 3 blocks. It got worse. It took decades for things to change in cars, businesses, and gasoline. Now, homes and businesses can put solar panels up and reduce our dependency on fossil fuels. Broadview is trying to do its part, and many others can do theirs. We're certainly happy to work with the council in any way we can, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Peter Parrish? After that will be Tom Marble. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Peter Parrish. I live at 820 Cynthia Avenue, Council District 14. Dear council members, I've studied the Broadview project that's before this council, and I urge you to vote no on the resolution to stop the project. I request, however, that perhaps a public hearing be considered for projects of this generic type so that the council may benefit from input for a wide variety of stakeholders. I myself and my wife are a longtime resident of Mount Washington. I'm a member of the Mount Washington Homeowners Alliance, registered stakeholder in the Arroyo Seco Neighborhood Council. I also hold a PhD in solid-state physics, and I'm a licensed solar contractor. So I'm both concerned as a resident and informed on the theory, operation, and aesthetics of solar systems. I'd like to frame my comments in 3 ways: safety, glare, and renewable energy. As a licensed solar contractor, I'm familiar with the procedures involved in obtaining building permits, electrical permits within the city's Department of Building and Safety. This has already been covered, so I'll basically cut to the bottom line. I see nothing about this project that would imply that there are any safety issues related to either electrical or structural design. However, as for erosion, photovoltaic panels intercept and actually shelter the land and cause the rain to collect and concentrate, and I would expect that the plan contains measures to carry off the rain in this concentrated fashion in an approved manner. Perhaps the council would request that this matter be the specific subject of field inspection. As for a fire hazard, again, I've mentioned that the Department of Building and Safety and the Fire Department have already weighed in on this matter, but I'd like to point out that ground-mounted solar panels actually shade the hillside, reduce the heating, and discourage vegetative growth, so I really don't think fire is an issue. In conclusion, I would like to support solar and discourage NIMBYism and
I'm sorry, we have
the
to keep
entire...
it even for our time. That's why the clock's there. Thank you. Appreciate it. Tom Marble is our next speaker. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your understanding. Tom Marble is our next speaker, and just as a reminder for our we let folks kind of finish their sentence, let their thought, but if they could try to time it at 2 minutes, we keep that as even as possible. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Tom Marble. I am president of the Arroyo Seco Neighborhood Council, as well as vice president of the Debs Park Advisory Board. But speaking about this project as a neighbor, I have 3 concerns that I hope you all will consider. First of all, the first concern is structural. I think that I'm not sure that the approval process takes into consideration that these panels are oriented so that they're vulnerable to uplift during a Santa Ana windstorm. So I really think that that needs to be looked at. Another thing, as an architect and an urbanist, I welcome the establishment of a green corridor from downtown to Pasadena, the Arroyo Seco being part of it. And I see, Figueroa, I see there's lots of opportunities for initiatives, for sort of incentives for, startups to really take root in that area and provide green-collar jobs for Northeast Los Angeles. I think that's a great idea. But another part of being green is preserving open space, and I question whether, when you think that this is a 100-foot tall hillside contiguous with Debs Park, it seems crazy to take away open space. My last concern is the fact that this building is in an R1 zone, and I don't think that this solar array is scaled for an R1 zone. And I would suggest that in the future, that the approval process for such arrays be ministerial, but if it exceeds the height and bulk of what is allowed in the zone, then it becomes discretionary and subject to neighborhood notification, which this was not. So thank you.
Thank you. Marie Long? Marie Leong is next, and after Ms. Leong is Jack Fenn. Good afternoon.
Hi,
How are
I'm
you?
Marie Leon. I live over in Mount Washington, and I have a perfect view of the solar panels directly from my kitchen, living, and dining room. And thank you, Ed Reyes, for putting this motion on the ballot. First of all, I noticed the motion says it may be in a fire hazard a zone, and I have called the fire department many times. There have been fires over on that hillside, and not the last couple of years, but there has been a lot of fires. I'm also concerned about the water runoff. When we have heavy rains, it could hit the panels, and it could be soil erosion. I'm concerned whether the poles that are in the ground were cemented in. I mean, I have been watching this process for the last several months now, and I've never seen a cement truck there or anyone putting cement in the holes. Now, maybe there are, but if there's a big windstorm, those panels could fall over. And I've already seen glares from the panels. I mean, they are adjusting them now, but when the panels are facing my house, it is blinding. And I'm worried that whether someone's driving on the freeway or some other residence, it's very bright. Look, I have nothing against solar panels, as I said, but it's just too many on a steep hillside. These permits were issued over the counter. The building safety did not come out, and I don't think they realize how steep the hill is. And it is a visual impact. I'd rather see trees up there. Let's see, I know there's a lot of community input. There has never been a meeting that I know of before the permits were issued. The community meetings took place after the community got concerned. And the neighborhood council had never been informed before this. I went to the meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate your presence, and thank you for your patience this morning. Jack Fenn is our last speaker on the speaker queue. Good afternoon.
Mr. President, the newest star of the closer, members of the council. My name is Jack Fenn, and I've lived in Montecito Heights for over 30 years, and I've participated in a variety of civic ways in the community, and I'm speaking today as a private person. I helped shape the Northeast Hillside Ordinance less than 2 years ago. In the Broadview Solar Project, we find a clash of unintended consequences. On one hand, all the effort to get overbuilding, plant and wildlife destruction, hillside degradation, huge retaining walls, and ruined ridge lines under control. On the other hand, state laws that protect solar arrays so broadly that reasonable regulation is hamstrung. I believe deeply in the expansion of renewable energy sources, sun, wind, tide, and up to a point I believe the way should be smooth, but not at just any cost. We don't want this to be a zero-sum game. If we plan properly, we won't have to shrug and chalk up our losses as the price of progress. It now falls to the city and the state to write new rules and bring balance to an issue that the Broadview project places right before our eyes. The city can start by instituting a practice of early warning when a by right permit threatens to blow a hole in our community plans. And the city can continue by pursuing dialogue, of which I would like to be a part, that leads to a common sense balance of all our interests. Without remedy, this instance will become an oft-repeated dilemma all over Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, you can see the City of Los Angeles, we are at a critical juncture. This particular project did follow the state law. If you look at the state law, Section 65850, there is clear language that these panels can be done administratively with absolutely no City Council oversight. So the question here, colleagues, is how will we proceed forward? How is it that these departments will work with the council so that we are creating incentives for solar panels? We do embrace solar panels, but yet allow for the sensitivities of public safety to be understood. Now, I'd like to ask the departments to come on up, the Fire Department, Building and Safety and Planning, if you please. We are in uncharted territory, and this is new for our departments. But when you look at this corridor and you have a map on your desk, I actually have a photo that shows you just how impactful this is. This is the size of a football field, and it covers a whole hill, a hill that has been fought for by local stakeholders for years, and we finally achieved some level of protection through our community plans, through a whole variety of planning tools. But when the state allowed this California Solar Rights Act to emerge, it essentially just brushed over and ignored all the hard work that was done by local government. On the next page, you'll see the Pasadena Freeway going north, and you'll see the area the size of a football field to the right of that freeway. Now, the question here, and believe me, there is no bad guy here. Mr. Fisher, I want to thank you for being a gentleman, for moving forward. You followed the process. You went and you pulled the permit. I understand that. And so I thank you for your hard work in trying to meet the objectives as stated by the city. But therein lies our challenge. As local officials, what can we do to have the state officials understand the local impact in their very own jurisdictions? And so, for me, it is about understanding information, and I understand that they went through the counter, you went through a list, you checked them off, and you say, okay, you're done. My questions here are more about how did you make that decision? What was considered? What was the criteria? So, when you look at the size of this is almost a half acre on the hillside. It can be seen from the 110 freeway. I'd like to know how you came to your decisions and how did you factor in, and I want you to answer these questions if you may. How was it determined that there would be no impact from the glare? What did you look at? What made you think that, and how did you reach that conclusion?
Tom Rothman, the Planning Department. To the best of my knowledge, this was a by right project, so it really did not go through an environmental review. We did not review...
No. You're not, no.
Okay.
I didn't ask you for an environmental review. I'm asking you.
Right.
Did you take into account the glare because of the public safety issue?
I don't believe that was one of the criteria we looked at when we signed off on the building permit. So we did have a clearance item. We looked at it in conformance with our Northeast Hillsides plan, and it did comply with those rules.
So you did not factor in glare?
We did not. No, we did not.
So there could be a public safety hazard depending on the day the sun is shining, a person's driving in the car north on the freeway. It is possible that a person driving their car could have their vision obstructed because you have a football field size of array panels shining glare into their face. That is possible.
I would imagine it's possible.
But we did not factor that in when you provided the permit.
Not from the Planning Department, no.
Did anybody in any of these departments factor that in? No, silence means no?
Well, no, Bob Steinbach, the Department of Building and Safety, when we issue the permits, we base our issuance on clearances from fire, sanitation, and city planning. They look at all of those issues. The only issue that we would look at would be grading for the soils conditions. So, no, in answer to your question, we don't look at glare solar panels.
Don't take my voice and my tone as I'm not attacking you guys. What I'm trying to understand is what we don't know and the criteria we need to establish so that we can follow the state law. The state law allows discretion if we understand the public safety impact. And given my answer so far, we don't understand the public safety impact because it's not part of our criteria. Would that be a logical conclusion?
Matt Gaywood, LA City Fire, President, council members, public. I've been on the fire department for approximately 20 years. I've been involved in brush fires and structure fires and so forth and so on. I've been committed to public safety since the day I came on. Recently, I've been assigned to the Fire Prevention Bureau, which works under the Fire Marshal Chief Hill, and we have been handling or dealing with solar power since the inception of Senate Bill number 1. We took part in the State Fire Marshal Solar Power Task Force, which originally established the state guidelines, which were exactly that, guidelines to the local agencies to develop their own policies and procedures and code requirements, which then came out with Code Requirement 96. It's on the website. That's what we use as our guide in determining where solar panels can be, what their uses can be, and how they'll be installed. The fire department looks at the fire life safety issues, which have to deal with access of the panels. It has to deal with any type of, for this particular project, brush clearance, placement, and then shut off of the power in case of an emergency. In relation to the glare of a particular panel, we don't necessarily calculate out or have a measurement or a number. I don't know at this point that the state even has a number for glare. I do know that here in the city of Los Angeles we had a project just downtown here that has to deal with glare in the Disney building, and there were actions taken after that installation or construction that remedied any such thing. By the way panels are constructed, and I'm not going to speak for the professionals that install them all the time, but if there were an issue that led to a glare where there was an established number or calculation that was out there, that they could adjust those panels to remedy that situation.
But we have, well, there's 2 points I want to make. One, because it doesn't exist doesn't mean we don't need it.
No, that is correct. I will agree with that, and I'm sure the fire department will, but if it doesn't exist, we don't have a way of calculating it out.
Okay, but then we can create that. That's 2, is that you have another point of glare, which is public safety, in essence, is when we have the police helicopters flying over, and they're trying to identify someone on the street, and if those panels are reflecting sun, that could very well hit the pilot in the eyes and or anyone that's in that helicopter. That's possible as well, correct?
I would have to agree that that's possible, and just on a note for everyone that's listening or everyone that takes part in it or anyone that has interest in solar power, that every document out there is a living document. They can be adjusted and changed as we see fire life safety issues occur to better serve the public and the actual installation of them.
When we talk about quality of life, and Chief, did you want to?
Yes, I do. Council, Jimmy Hill, Deputy Fire Chief. As far as the whole solar power issue that has emerged, there was a comment made early about how quickly this has arrived. And it has arrived so quickly that jurisdictions across the United States particularly have been focused on the use of solar energy. Some of the requisite safety measures have not clearly met what we believe to be necessary, and some of these could pose a risk to firefighters. This particular project is one simply because it is a state project, because the state has basically provided those provisions, and the local authority does not have an opportunity this time to go back and change it, but we do. This is not without concerns of the fire department.
And I appreciate that, Chief, and colleagues, this drives the point that an array of panels that are solar of this proportion should not just be done over the counter. That we need to, as policymakers, begin to ask the questions, bringing in the stakeholders, including the solar power industry and all of its stakeholders, to speak to what do we need to do as a city to allow for this process to unfold, where we do have a public notice, where we do inform neighbors, and that we do factor in the public safety issues within, as indicated within the state law, but also we have quality of life issues that speak to the notion of balance. When you have a very congested, very dense area like the Northeast, where you have very few opportunities for open space, for us to actually have a visual impact of open space, let alone everything that impacts the watershed, public safety, those variables should be part of our decision-making, and that criteria does not exist. So I know there's a lot of questions. I'm over my time. I do want to come back with a set of directives. My request of you colleagues, and Mr. Fisher, again, I understand the impact, but if you were to give us at least 2 weeks to allow for the departments to address the questions when it comes to public safety, stepping outside of the checkbox approach to how we look at our EIRs and how we do the over-the-counter checkoffs, this to me is of a greater impact that requires for us to create the type of language that speaks to public safety by analyzing criteria and drilling down a little bit more as to how we assess where they go. Simultaneously look at incentives. Look at places where we would like to see solar panels. In the hottest areas in Los Angeles, in industrial corridors, industrial zones, in manufacturing zones, high on rooftops. Councilmember Garcetti and I, in July, presented an ordinance where we're asking the planning department to come back and allow for a report that gives us the ability to understand the notion of compatibility. If these solar panels are going to be built on the homes or roof of historic homes, what does that mean for the character and integrity architecturally of that structure? So these are the kinds of elements and issues we have to address. Like I said, this is new frontier, this is new for the departments. I don't see Mr. Fisher or the Broadview folks as the bad guys. It's more of how do we respond constructively so that we can embrace this technology, get away from coal and fossil fuels while being opportunistic with the strengths of the city that reinforces solar panels. So with that, I'll stop here, colleagues, and I'd love to hear your questions, and hopefully we can address them.
Yes, Ken Fong from the City Attorney's Office. I just wanted to add a few things from the City Attorney's point of view.
Can we make room for him to sit just for a second? Somebody, thank you. We'll give you your chair back.
Can you wait until we finish? Okay. Let us have our deliberation.
Okay.
Then we'll ask you to speak.
All right. Let me go to Mr. Koretz then next. Just sit tight. We'll get to that. Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a lot of concerns from what I've heard, and I appreciate Mr. Reyes bringing this to us. I could see the same thing happening in a lot of our districts. Certainly could happen in mine, the hillsides, and would be a problem. But I want to address one additional thing, which is, in general, there are occasionally issues that come to building and safety that I think would be more appropriately at least flagged for policymakers in the city, building and safety, perhaps planning, and they're just approved by right. An example I have from a few years ago when I was in the state legislature, there were a number of projects approved ultimately in violation of state law, blocking, I forget, streams or creeks in the Mandeville Canyon area. And it was brought to my attention after Building and Safety had made approvals and construction was well along in the way. And I got a group together ultimately of city inspectors and officials, state inspectors and officials. We all looked at it. We were able to tweak a few things. We weren't able to stop it. Ultimately, the state just decided it's too far along.
everything's already, 80, 70, 80% in place. It just wouldn't be fair and realistic to ask developers of some of these homes to revamp it. But they did determine that what we were doing was illegal according to state law. Now, I don't know how we avoid those kinds of situations, but if there was some way where things looked a bit out of the ordinary to at least flag those for policymakers, even if they appeared to be by right, so we don't run into these kinds of problems. I'm not sure I could design exactly the way to do it, but if I could at least raise that concept and have folks in some of the city departments be thinking about the fact that if something is this out of the ordinary, we wouldn't just find out about it by seeing a huge denuded hillside with these things going up, but we would at least have it flagged for us in some other way. Even if the interpretation is that it's by right and there's nothing we could do about it, at least it would be good to have the policy discussion and the look before rather than after the fact.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge.
Yeah, thank you. I read an article, in Texas, Mr. Steinbach, you're a former mayor, if I have that right. Is that correct there?
Yes, sir.
So, what kind of zoning they got in Texas?
Texas?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
They got no zoning in Texas.
Houston doesn't have any zoning.
They got no
I don't know
zoning in
about Dallas.
Texas. You could, in Texas, did you know that they have no zoning in Texas? In Texas, you could put up a solar panel, you could put up one of those big propellers, you could do it. That's Texas. Yeah, I got that, Janice. This ain't Texas, and I don't want it to be Texas. No offense to Texas. I know. But this point being there, regulation is important, and I think this is what happens. Some people criticize me. Now, tell me if I'm far-fetched on this. I'm dealing with the issue of our catering trucks to try to make sure they're modified in such a way that it works in compatibility with community. If we don't regulate them, then there becomes a challenge to other issues. The same is here with this emerging interest. I flashed back a few years ago where there was a great disturbed call from First and Hope Street with the new Gary-designed Disney Concert Hall, and the illumination of sunlight on that bounced back into those properties and the effect on people. So that being the sense, we all want to do the right thing. The fire department's prepared to do the right thing. We just got to figure out how the right thing works in an urban area. Because not all days are sunny, but all days are visible. So anytime there's this type of infrastructure, it does have a component. It's just like if you're next to a distribution station in water and power. Many distribution stations are beautifully landscaped and just a big wall around. You walk inside, there's no building, but there's the distribution station because all that electrical infrastructure does have a site factor to it. So I welcome this discussion, but I think it's very important because even you look to the future, anytime you go through the Banning Pass, you see all those I would say the Edison facilities, if that's correct, and how much that generates and what it does and the impact on the community as well. But we should go green. But how you go green is the challenge.
Mr. Krikoyan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Reyes, for bringing this forward. And the pictures that we have in front of us of this scene, I think, really point up how important it is to have some local weigh-in on this and what kind of problems these sorts of solar installations could cause. The challenge that I'm having in this is that the state law is really quite specific in this area. It says, Section 850.5 of the Government Code says, the implementation of consistent statewide standards to achieve the timely and cost-effective installation of solar energy systems is not a municipal affair, but is instead a matter of statewide concern. And it goes on to say that a city or county shall administratively approve applications to install solar energy systems through the issuance of a building permit or similar non-discretionary permit. And it goes on to indicate that the only basis for denial by a city is when the city makes written findings based upon substantial evidence in the record that the proposed installation would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety. And it goes on. So I think Mr. Hayes, in response to the very real concerns you raised, perhaps one of the things we need to explore within the context of the existing state law is how do we allow for greater public input in advance of the issuance of this kind of a permit, so that even if it's non-discretionary, at least those who are making the non-discretionary decision have the full body of information before them from the public about what the potential impacts, and you raised a few examples yourself that you came up with here of possible public safety impacts. If the administrative process for approval of this takes that kind of information into account, they will certainly, I would hope, do the right thing. But the problem that we have is that the person who's making that administrative decision, sitting in an office, doesn't have the knowledge of this area that your constituents have, that you have. And so I'd like to see us develop a system whereby that process incorporates a public hearing, incorporates an opportunity for neighborhood council weigh-in, incorporates some process by which the administrative decision maker takes into account the public's input before making that non-discretionary approval.
Mr. Weezer.
Thank you, sir. I think if there was a request to go into closed session, I could ask my question in closed session. If there was some talk about that, I'm not sure if that's appropriate. If we are going to go into closed session, I could ask my question there, but...
Mr. Reyes?
Yes, I believe we're at that place where we need to go into closed session because this could have impact on us as a municipal corporation and how we make our decisions. So I would feel much more comfortable into closed session and deal with those more sensitive issues.
Okay, if there's no objection, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, council would be recessing into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9B3E, the Shepard-Mullen letter of September 17th regarding a threat of litigation, and 54956.9B3B, the transactional occurrence regarding the issuance of the permits.
Okay. Mr. LeBon, before we go to closed session?
Technical question, because there's a big team here, and that's a small room back there. Is there any way we could just set this on the desk, and some of these items could be done within 5 minutes and come right back in here, if that makes sense, Mr. Garcetti?
Yeah, we'll go in the back for this, and then come back for that.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, because there's such a big team of leadership here, could we put this on the desk for 4 or 5 minutes? There's a couple quick reports that could come back, and we could clear the chambers and have it in here?
I think we have a number of other, we have 6 items left still, and some of them have cards in the public and other things, so I don't know if that would play out exactly that way. I don't know how quick that would be. And I know you have one of those, Mr. LeBon, and sensitive to trying to get that. Why don't we get through this one first, and we'll give priority to that next, and then we'll take that out of order. But we do have a number.
I'll just make a suggestion. We stay in here and let everybody stretch their legs who's seated here so we could focus. This is such a big room. It's such a small room.
I think we prefer to go in the back just so we don't have to clear out the public right now, if that's okay, if there's no objection to that. I appreciate the suggestion. But let's go, and we'll make it quick if we can go into closed session in the back, and we will be back here shortly. So enjoy the chambers. In the meantime, we'll be back shortly.
All right. I lied. I had no...
Thank you.
right, we are back from our executive session. Mr. Clerk, do we have our quorum back in place? Mr. Cardenas, we have, are we in the air? Do we have our quorum back, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. We
do.
Council does have a
Mr.
quorum.
Cardenas, you have an announcement?
Yes, I'd like to announce that the IT committee, which is scheduled for today at 2 o'clock, the items will be put over to next Tuesday, so we will not have the IT committee at 2 o'clock today. We will have it next Tuesday. Thank you.
Mr. Reyes? Mr. Reyes, before that, Mr. City Attorney, any announcement regarding our session we just came out of, our closed session?
No announcement.
Okay. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. In light of the discussion, I ask my colleagues, and I thank you for your patience, we can continue item 25 for one day.
All right, that matter is up. We do have a card. Would you like to hear from the Speaker?
Public hearing was already heard earlier.
Oh, okay.
It was? Okay. So we have that matter up before us to continue number 25 for one day.
Yes, please.
I'll open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas?
Is it okay to go to item 37 for
Let's go to number 37. I understand we're going to lose our quorum at 2 o'clock, so let's go to 37. There's a request on 37. We do have a card on number 37. Mr. Walsh? Mr. Sachs? Mr. Walsh is here. Mr. Arnold Sachs? Mr. Sachs is not here. He is here. Okay. Sir, Mr. Walsh or Mr. Sachs on number 37?
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. Thanks for the plugs, Mr. Zine, over the months. 1.5 million in the first 6 months. 1.5 million visitors. Like to, and also now twittering at Hollywood Dems. And you know, it must be about 55 degrees here. You're wasting energy. It is frigid in this building. You waste an enormous amount of energy.
Mr. Zine, he has yet to talk about the topic.
Okay, well, and you've yet to turn off the air conditioning. You're the city attorney. Is that a legal opinion? As far as fire stations are concerned, we have a brownout. We need full fire protection. We do not have full fire protection. We don't have full, that's why a child was drowned in Bel Air, because the paramedics couldn't get to them. 1 minute.
Mr. Sachs.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. My only question regarding this, which probably will definitely go unanswered, is this is now going to become city property. Why can't all these purchases be city property? What is the city's relationship with the CRA? Item 17 is a property that's being bought and sold, but the CRA is involved. This is a fire station and a city property. This will not be a pass-through item to another agency. This is the city buying property for the fire department. Why can't the city buy property for the other agents without a pass-through to the CRA? Because on this side of the mic, we think the CRA is as corrupt an organization as there is. Thank you.
Number 37, Mr. Cardenas.
By this item does not include CRA activity or funds, and the only reason why I had to call it special is because on the paragraph that begins request of the GSD and City Administrative Officer, CAO, and City Attorney, on that line it says request. It should say require. That's all. Just that.
Thank you. You ready for a vote, Mr. Cardenas?
That's it.
Open the roll. Number 37, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item, please.
Mr. President, item 27, the commission appointment was being still held on the desk. I don't know if the council member is ready for this.
Number 27. Mr. Labange, number 27, commission appointment. On number 27, colleagues, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 1 is a public convenience and necessity item in Council District 5. A motion is required, and there are cards on this.
Number 1, Mr. Walsh. Number 1, sir.
This design's my favorite chair. HollywoodHighlands.org. You can email us also at hollywooddems@gmail.com. This concerns another liquor license. You wonder why the cops have to shoot down Guatemalans who are drunk. Maybe it has to do with too many liquor licenses at MacArthur Park. Yet another liquor license. Can we have any limit? Can we have a moratorium? Can we stop this? Trader Joe's. Come to Trader Joe's. You can't go 50 feet in Hollywood without buying liquor. You're hooked on liquor. You're hooked on the liquor lobby. HollywoodHighlands.org. If you're interested in the CRA, come to our website. Come to our Twitter account. They're now under federal investigation. It's on our Twitter account, HollywoodHighlands.org.
That's HollywoodHighlands.org. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Ollie, we do have Mr. Koretz. Mr. Koretz on number 1, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a neighborhood in particular that advocates for slow growth, generally opposes alcohol licenses. The only thing I have heard from this neighborhood is one message, which is, please give us a Trader Joe's and as soon as possible. So I would say with a virtually unanimous, if not unanimous, neighborhood strongly behind this application, I would ask that we move to grant the public convenience and necessity for alcohol sales off-site for this project.
Mr. Garcetti.
Mr. Koretz, I will support you today because I think it is a LA value and a California value to be for $2 Chuck.
That's the other word for Trader Joe's, $2 Chuck. Okay. With that, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 16, called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Number 16, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Sachs. Fill out a card on this matter, Mr. Sachs.
Public hearing was satisfied in the Housing Committee.
Okay, that was held. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, colleagues. I just wanted to highlight this as a good story. What this is involving is a 16,000 square foot site located in one of our CRA project corridor redevelopment areas. It's in San Pedro. It's about 4th and Pacific, 3rd and Pacific. And we've always wanted to develop this property, but there's been a recycling and auto repair center at the crux of this property. It's been a long-time nuisance for the community. We've worked on stricter guidelines and regulations, but it's always just been kind of a problem. I'm happy to report that the property owner, Mr. Sewer, is agreeing to cease operations of the recycling center and not reopen. That's good news. You know, we're always talking about land use. We're always talking about planning and what we can and can't force certain developers or landowners to do. This is a good example of a property owner who's agreed to cease operations. There's Meta Housing, which some of you know is proposing...
Ms. Hahn, excuse me, we have lost the quorum. And if we don't have the
right
quorum...
in the middle of my speech.
I know you did an excellent job.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith has now returned.
Okay, I'll be quick. Meta Housing is proposing to build a senior housing proposal there with creating an artist colony among seniors. So we're going to mix the artist community, the senior community, and help to revitalize San Pedro. So I just wanted to highlight this as a good example. I ask for your approval on this item. Thank you.
With the return of the quorum, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
We have 2 items left. We can keep the quorum for 2 items. We will be able to complete.
Item 24 was called special for Councilmember Rosendahl, and an amending motion has been circulated.
Mr. Rosendahl, I have 2 cards on this matter.
Well,
has there been a hearing?
There was a hearing, but I believe the city attorney finds that a public hearing should be reopened.
Okay, Mr. Rosendahl. Let's hear from the speakers, Mr. Walsh and Mr. Sachs.
Mr. Walsh is out of time.
All right, Mr. Sachs?
He's gone. Oh, there he is.
And Mr. Smith is on his way out, so as soon as he leaves, we will lose the quorum. Our quorum will be lost in about 30 seconds.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs.
All right, our quorum is lost. Mr. Reyes?
The announcement, I'd like to adjourn in Ronald Schaefer tomorrow.
Pardon me, Mr. Reyes?
I'd like to adjourn in the name of Ronald Schaefer tomorrow.
Okay.
When we have quorum tomorrow.
All right. All right, we have lost the quorum, so Mr. Cardenas, comment? No more comments? Mr. Koretz?
If I could just announce that the AGE committee will begin at 2:20 instead of 2 o'clock.
Very well. That completes our meeting for today. We will return tomorrow, Wednesday, September 22nd. Have a good afternoon.